I hate when I tease something and I forget, and I did that yesterday. My 7:45 teaser, on the day before the show. A lot of times I'll record a little, 15, 12-second promo that runs over songs during the course of the day, and I'll drop a little teaser like, hey, blah, 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 blah. Coming up, 7:45 tomorrow morning, MJ Morning Show, Q105, blah, blah, blah. And what is today? Today is Wednesday. So Monday, I recorded this little blurb right after the show to run all day Monday to promote something on Tuesday. And I promoted this thing for Tuesday, yesterday morning at 7:45, and I just blew right past it. I had the thing right here, but we were engaged in something, and I can't remember what we were engaged in, but I just blew right by it. It was the end of the show yesterday. I'm cleaning up the studio. Oh, and speaking of clean up the studio, I want to run something by you guys here in just a second. So remind me if I forget. Just remember, clean up studio. All right, so I did this little teaser on Monday, and I was supposed to do this at 7:45 yesterday, and the teaser was, hey, you want to get on the no-fly list? Here's how you do it. I got pissed off at myself. I started punching myself. So if you look at I've got a little black eye, kind of like Elon Musk.
Yeah.
I got a little black. No, I'm kidding. I didn't start punching myself. Well, do you ever have a relative that would take your hand as a kid and start and hit you with it, and they would say, "Stop hitting yourself! Stop hitting!" That ever happened with you guys? Ever?
Oh, absolutely.
Who did that to you? My Uncle Jack and my Uncle Ed, both of them, my dad's brothers, younger brothers, both of them did that to me. I'm like, 5, 6, 7 years old, and they'd pin me down. They would take my hand, and they would take and start whacking my head with my hand, and it would be, hey, stop hitting yourself. Stop it. Was that a thing?
Yes,
No.
it's still a thing. I do it with my son.
Really?
What happens is, for that to happen,
Right.
you have to lunge at them first.
Mm-hmm.
You throw a punch or a push at them, they catch your hand, you pull it back, and then they push the inside of the crook of your inside elbow. What's the inside of the elbow called?
The inside of the elbow?
What's this part called?
Mm-hmm.
The crease.
The crease.
I don't know.
If you push the crease, you come back and you hit yourself.
Right.
As somebody else is pushing your crease. You're like, don't hit yourself. Stop hitting yourself.
Stop hitting yourself.
Yeah, I did that last night with Hudson.
And then there was tickle torture. And tickle torture, they used to tickle me until I'd pee my pants.
Okay, see, this must be a guy thing because my
Yeah.
uncles never did that stop hitting yourself, and they definitely never played tickle torture.
I mean, maybe one creepy uncle wanted to.
I mean, honestly.
Tickle torture.
Yeah,
And
no.
I remember actually, at 5, 6 years old, I mean, it's tough to control your bladder. And with tickle torture, I would freaking wet myself. I would
What?
pee myself.
Okay.
Yes.
All
My
right.
father had the claw of death, except he could never pronounce TH. So it became
The claw of death?
No, it became the claw of debt.
The claw of debt?
The claw of debt.
That's terrible.
That's a whole different deal. A
How
lot,
much
lot of people these days are facing the claw of debt.
How much debt
Yeah.
do you have?
Yeah, what was the story? Did I mention this? I think I did yesterday about Klarna.
Mm-hmm.
Like some of those, alternative, like layaway, take it now,
Pay later.
pay later. That's not layaway, traditional layaway. And you don't really see this much anymore. But traditional layaway was you go shopping and you pick all your stuff and then you take it up to like customer service and you say, all right, I want all this stuff, put it on layaway. And then you would like make payments like every week or so until you paid it off. And then you got to walk away with your stuff.
Right.
But like, we had an item yesterday, whatever it was, it triggered regarding Klarna.
Groceries.
Yeah, we're talking about grocery
Yeah.
prices. And
How
Yeah.
people are using that extended payment form to pay for groceries.
Yeah, people are using like credit and non-traditional like Klarna to buy groceries, and just the economy on certain levels. There are a lot of concerns out there, and that's why I said the claw of debt. A lot of people find themselves in the claw of debt right now, and I find it a little bit troubling. Yeah, what festers on the Klarna website? Klarna.
I've never heard of it. But
Klarna. Pay your way with Klarna. Shop securely and choose to pay in 4 interest-free payments in full in 30 days or over time. And, Michelle, what's the deal?
It's basically like interest-free for 4 months.
And
so it's
then-
better than a credit card because, a credit card, you have to pay that month or else you start getting interest and possibly fees, right?
Right.
So this gives you 4 months, so that's great for people. But it charges the retailer a higher percentage than the regular traditional credit card.
Ooh, okay.
And so they have an agreement with, like, I was reading Anthropology, obviously a bunch of grocery stores.
Yeah.
The retailer pays a higher rate for them to be able to, but they've done studies, and I guess people are more inclined to make the purchase with Klarna than with the credit card. And part of that has to do with the fact that it's interest-free for 4 months. They know they have 4 months to pay off something without being charged anything extra
And the
versus a credit card.
You're getting a bill at the end of the month regardless.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
All right, so that's the whole Klarna deal. Enjoy secure payments, lightning fast checkout, flexible. Anyway,
All
so
this because my father can't pronounce TH in the claw of
Yeah,
death.
Yeah.
And he called it the claw
the
of
claw of
death.
death. Hey, can I commend you, Fester?
No.
You've actually been showing up like a minute before showtime, which is very out of character. Can I ask why? I mean, listen, I've been here for over half an hour with Michelle.
Yeah, who cares?
But you're starting to show up actually a minute before the mics open after the MJ Morning show open.
Yeah.
So what is it that's bringing you here a little bit earlier? And I'm not waiting for you to walk down the hall as I'm opening the show. This is a compliment, by the way.
Oh, yeah, I know how sometimes you package your compliments to look remarkably backhanded. However,
Every compliment.
however, yeah, I don't want you to be under the false impression that I care about being here on time any more or less than I did last week, last month, or last year. I don't. It just happens to be coincidence that I'm here nanoseconds early.
It's coincidence.
I have
Okay.
no desire to
Thanks.
show up any earlier than dun, 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 dun,
Mm-hmm.
or a minute or two after.
That is the end of the MJ Morning Show open?
Dun, 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 dun. Yep.
Yeah. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Like,
Whatever.
kind of like that.
The last tone is
Right.
when I want to be walking in, and I want you to be looking at me out of the side of your eye with disappointment as I walk in, like, you couldn't have gotten here 5 seconds earlier.
I think this all started with I was pissed off at myself because I did not do the story about, hey, you want to get on the no-fly list?
Yeah, how do you get on the no-fly
Well,
list?
I'm going to tell you at 7:45. So I'm going to the thing I was supposed to do yesterday at 7:45, I will do today at 7:45 here on the MJ Morning Show. I wouldn't miss one moment of today's show. Oh, Michelle's got a Diddy update. There are a couple of juicy Diddy items. Oh, the security guard that got bribed. He testified yesterday, and there was something that came out of testimony, and I was like, holy crap. And immediately when I heard this, oh my God, it conjured up scenes from one of my favorite movies of all time, right? And I got to play the audio a little later on. Hey, Andrew, do you have a chunk of that audio? Do you have do you have part one? All right, it's on 20. Hang on a minute. Where is it? Okay. All right, here we go. This little teaser coming up from the Diddy trial yesterday. Testimony from the security guard that got bribed to release, the video.
Yeah, the elevator video.
You got two things. You got the elevator video, and then you have keep quiet, don't say a word. And it conjured up this.
What'd you say? Are you being a f***ing wise guy with me? Huh?
I'm sorry.
What did I tell you?
I
What did I tell you? What did I tell you? You don't buy anything, you hear me? Don't buy anything.
Okay, I'll leave it at that. All right, so that's coming up later today. Anyway, busy show. I wouldn't miss one moment of this broadcast dumpster fire this morning. It's the MJ Morning Show, Q105, 104.7 FM. Back in minutes. Schreider's got traffic.
Good morning. We have.
6:17 at the MJ Morning Show here on a Wednesday. And, man, I saw something fascinating. And, as usual, I think my track record, I think my batting average is pretty good. That typically what I find interesting is interesting to the audience. And that's pretty much been my formula over all of these years. I try to make myself laugh. If I find something funny, if I find something just a little bit interesting, then that's what makes the cut. And I think overall my batting average is pretty
See,
good.
by you doing that, it's actually lowering your batting average.
Well, hang on. I was extending. I was just trying to find my Curb Your Enthusiasm transition music.
Yeah.
That's why I was extending it until I found the right page, which has the
The bell of comedy.
Yeah.
Where something rises, peaks, and descends. You well descended. It was funny the first 2 or 3 pretties.
But I was trying to get to the page that had my Curb Your Enthusiasm musical scene transitions.
It didn't help.
And you use the term bell curve?
There's a bell.
You have never used bell curve ever in the history of this show.
Oh, I have all kinds of theories on comedy, like repetitive comedy, law of diminishing returns on comedy.
Enough of that.
Supply and demand.
Pretty was funny, but then when he's doing it 9 times, it's
I
like,
told you.
I know, but it didn't make sense.
I was doing it because I was trying to click through my pages to find my transitions.
Your audience was abandoned while you're doing it, and we're like, what the hell's happening?
Oh, people turned out?
Yes, be better prepared.
Or tuned out?
No, they might have stayed.
They turned out and tuned out.
They might have stayed, but they think about you away.
All right, so this I'm all getting to this, all right?
Please.
This is So I'm getting to this where this is something I found really, really interesting, that a smartphone sold in North Korea was smuggled out of the country. And what was learned about this smartphone sold in North Korea, I mean, we're talking the Hermit Kingdom, we're talking the secrecy and all the fake show that they put on for people that visit, and they have like fake stores and fake buildings. You know, part of the Pyongyang, which is the capital of North Korea, part of the skyline has buildings that are like facades. And they're like some empty buildings just to show impressive, technology or an impressive skyline. But there's just a lot of BS. Like, for instance, in areas of Korea, South Korea, where you can look into North Korea, they build all kinds of like good-looking housing and condos, and it's like a big facade. It's a big giant show. Anyway, smartphones smuggled out of North Korea. This is just unbelievable. So, what level do they go to control their population, control their people? And this is really interesting. South Korea and words they use or sayings, phrases, there's like an auto-correction that the software, Michelle, you saw this.
Yeah.
There's like an auto-correction. So if you type in South Korea in a North Korean smartphone, it changes South Korea to Puppet Kingdom or Puppet State.
Yeah, okay, that's great.
What? Listen to this. It would also covertly take a screenshot every 5 minutes, storing the images in a secret folder which the user could not access, but the state could access it. If they wanted to investigate you, they could grab your smartphone, get into a secret folder on your smartphone, which citizens of North Korea can buy. I don't know where the hell they get the money to buy the phone.
Yeah.
But can you imagine? The phone secretly takes a screenshot every 5 seconds and then keeps it in a folder that you can't see or get to, but the secret police or the North Korean government, if they approach you, if they arrest you, if they want to investigate you, they can get into your phone and see all your screenshots and what you were doing in 5-second increments. Is that not creepy?
5-minute increments.
What'd I say? I'm sorry. 5-minute increments. Did I say 5 seconds?
Yeah. So
correction. 5-minute increments.
that's crazy.
I mean, that's just an amazing amount of like surveillance to be able to.
Just data.
Right.
The storage.
Yes. I can't imagine.
When the user tried to type in the word Oppa, OPPA, which means older brother in Korean, but has come to be used to refer to a boyfriend in South Korean slang, the phone would autocorrect the word to the more communist-friendly alternative, comrade. Holy crap. A warning would then flash up on the phone, warning the phone's user that the term Oppa, OPPA, could only be used for older siblings. Wow. Daily NK, a Seoul-based, this is South Korea, free South Korea. Daily NK, a Seoul-based media organization, secretly smuggled this North Korean smartphone out of the country late last year. Wow.
And I'm with you. I don't even know how are they. Is anybody in North Korea affording a smartphone to that like technological capability, and like how are they able to use it? I don't even.
The state might be giving it to them.
Oh,
as part of their greater surveillance.
Yeah.
If we give them this, we can keep better tabs on them.
That's right.
Oh, like subsidized or. Yeah. And then in North Korea, they've got something called youth crackdown squads. So they have these younger North Koreans that are like brainwashed and they're working as spies, and they keep their eyes on younger North Koreans. So you've got the younger North Korean like spies that are spying on their generation, and they're called the Youth Crackdown Squad. Holy crap. But just the smartphone thing is, to me, is just incredible. And I'm sure there's more that's buried in there that we don't even know about.
All right, so I found something on YouTube over the weekend that I think you might be interested in because of your love-hate relationship with North Korea. There's two Westerners, Matt and Julia,
Yeah.
and they get into North Korea
Yep.
by posing as runners. And they run in the
Oh, you mean like some marathon?
Yeah,
Wait,
they run.
Pyongyang has a marathon?
They have yes,
What is it? The Oppression 5K?
it's a marathon.
What
so
is it?
it's-
The Eat Dirt and Bark and Bugs 5K
What?
because we don't have enough food for our people?
They get in from China. They take a flight from a Chinese airport into
Pyongyang.
Pyongyang.
Yeah.
But they show they're just walking around the whole time, videotaping everything, and they have escorts with them. They have
Oh, yeah, that's another thing. When Westerners are in North Korea, oh, they've got a minder. And the minder fills the guests with all kinds of propaganda garbage and then make sure, they're not doing things they shouldn't be doing or taking pictures of things they shouldn't be taking pictures of.
But these aren't regular visitors. This is like an international race where people from around the world were approved to enter the country for this purpose.
Right.
So they had some looser restrictions.
Yeah.
So they're walking around with their smartphones the whole time, videoing, everything they see from their hotel room to the buildings to the monuments, and it's fascinating.
Do you like guacamole?
I do. I do. I never had guacamole before in my life, and then I went to San Diego. When the Buccaneers went to the Super Bowl, you sent me to San Diego for the Super Bowl, and I broke into the media area, and guacamole had a stand, and it was the best thing I ever ate.
All right. So I am not an overt guacamole fan. I don't dislike it. I don't dislike the flavor. It's just something, and Michelle will tell you.
Have you ever had it?
Yeah, I have.
Have you ever had it done well?
Hang on a minute. Michelle, I eat virtually anything, right?
Yeah, and I don't know what your aversion is to avocados.
Yeah, you, for whatever reason, I guess avocado, and you have avocado virtually every morning.
Yes.
You always have avocados in the house. You send me out. Whenever I go shopping, I'm always to get 3 avocados.
Nope, 2.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought it was 3.
Nope, 2.
All right. Well, I bring. You notice I bring you back 3.
I know, because you don't know really how to pick one, so you always get a backup. That's your deal.
Well, but you always instruct me, get one that's kind of soft and mushier and ready to go, and one that's harder that will, get softer. But, and again, I eat raw clams, not as much, but I used to love raw oysters. I still love oysters. I kind of backed off of the raw oysters, but I'll eat what people consider like some slimier type things. But I will eat almost anything, and I've tried tons of stuff. But for whatever reason, guacamole, it just reminds I don't even want to say what it reminds me of. It just...
Fester.
The green color doesn't help.
Well, no, I don't mind green things. I don't...
It's like broccoli.
No, but
it's not easy being green.
the green and the consistency of it looks like vomit.
All right, so maybe that's it, but I don't mind the taste. So if I have like a California roll, and I'm really when it comes to sushi, I'm a real traditionalist. I like Edo, Tokyo style,
Okay.
Real, great fish on expertly prepared and seasoned rice, which is known as nigiri. So I'm really, when it comes to sushi, when it comes to sushi, I'm a fish guy. That's why I said fish and sushi. I got fushi. All right. So I really can't stand all the bastardized, Americanized BS. All the fried crap rolls, or give me a sushi roll with chunks of freaking cream cheese in it. No.
Yeah,
my God.
Save
please.
all of those for me.
Stop. All right. So
Take all that
as
stuff.
far as I'll go occasionally, and even like a California roll, it has that fake processed
Crab.
molded crab stick.
Delicious.
No, it's not delicious.
Oh, it's
I don't
fantastic.
want that. If you have a real California roll, and again, that's an Americanized, and hence the name California roll. If you ever have a real California roll that's good, I mean, that has real like back fin crab meat in it versus that fake crab stick.
Yeah, not for the $9.99 a log that you get over at the.
But the point I'm trying to make here is I stay away from all the bastardized crap sushi. I want really good fish and a variety of fish. But the point is,
To talk about guacamole?
Yeah.
hang on. So I will eat a California roll.
Okay.
And that typically has avocado in it. So I don't mind the taste, but I'm not a huge fan of guacamole. The reason why I bring this up is, do you know about the little girl that had a little bit of a meltdown because she didn't get her guacamole at Qdoba?
Dude, as she should.
Listen to this.
I'm very heartbroken, Qdoba, because you forgot my favorite sauce, guacamole. Love, Astoria.
So she's crying. Listen to her. She didn't get her guacamole sauce from Qdoba. It's actually pretty adorable.
Did she order extra guac? Because if
I'm
she
very
didn't,
heartbroken, Qdoba, because you forgot my favorite sauce, guacamole.
I guess they forgot. I guess it was ordered. A 5-year-old girl, she's from Colorado apparently, and she's crying because Qdoba forgot to put the guacamole sauce. And she says,
I'm very heartbroken.
I'm very heartbroken. I mean, you might not be able to understand because she's kind of mumbly there, but she says, I'm heartbroken.
I'm very heartbroken, Qdoba, because you forgot my favorite sauce, guacamole.
Oh.
Love, Astoria.
Yeah. So Astor, her name is Astoria.
Right.
What is she named after an area of Queens?
Yeah.
yeah.
Her name is Astoria,
Or
or
her sister's name is Hollis.
they call her Story. Astoria is kind of a working class area in Queens, but I guess you also have the Waldorf Astoria,
Her mother's the meatpacking district.
which the Chinese commies own that place now. U.S. presidents when in New York always used to stay at the Waldorf Astoria. Now it's banned because the Chinese own it. And there's fear that the whole thing is laced with all kinds of spy and surveillance equipment.
Good thing the current president has his own hotel in New York.
There you go.
His own apartment.
Good thing.
You're right. Anyway, the missing guacamole. So Qdoba, when this video went viral, they sent a dump truck full of guacamole and dumped it in their front yard.
I mean, that's what this is going to turn out to be. The Qdoba van is going to pull up to her front yard. There's going to be a viral video of her cheering in her driveway.
And remember, Michelle, the first time we ever were at a Qdoba, there's a Qdoba at the corner of Gandy and Dale Mabry.
Yeah.
South Tampa. There's a Qdoba that's been there for a while. Do you remember the first time we ever had Qdoba?
On the way to Vail from Denver Airport at that little strip shop.
Yeah, in Arvada. So
Yeah.
right off of I-70, right before you start to get to the foothills to get, up into the mountains, you've got Arvada just outside of Denver. And the first time we ever had Qdoba, there was one right off the Arvada exit. And that was, I don't know, like probably 15, 18 years ago. It's been a while. All right. I've got, what are you laughing at?
What, the town of Arvada is going to put like a historical marker?
Mhm.
MJ and Michelle, yeah. Qdoba here.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, at 6:33, the early morons in the news. Next.
Traffic is backing up northbound across the Howard Franklin Bridge because of a disabled vehicle.
The morons on the MJ Morning Show. All right, 6:40 here at the MJ broadcast. Man, I am chock full of Florida morons today. We start with a moron deputy sheriff. Holy crap. Whoa, over in Volusia County.
That's a busy county.
Deputies, is that where Chitwood is from? Is he the... Sheriff Chitwood, is he Volusia? Just kind of look it up. Well, is it? Just make sure, dude.
Yeah, Michael Chitwood.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, he's also very active.
He's what I call a poor man's Grady Judd.
He's a poor man's Grady Judd. I love it. I love it.
Buster.
He is.
So-
He wants to be in front of that camera so bad, and nobody does it better than Sheriff Judd.
The best is Grady Judd when it comes to the press conferences and everything, and as far as the wacky crap that happens in Polk County, Grady Judd does a fantastic job. All right, so deputy caught with a fake Chase M3. So was it like Chase Me? I think that's what it's supposed to mean.
Yeah, the backwards E is the 3.
Is the 3. So the deputy is called with a fake license plate, and it leads to the deputy's arrest. And it's like this young, attractive 26-year-old female deputy, not a male deputy with a crotch rocket, with a fake license plate, speeding. It's a deputy, like an alter ego, like a different side life going on here. So deputies in Volusia County arrested one of their own after she was busted riding her personal motorcycle with a fake license tag that said Chase M3, or we think Chase Me. Deputy Erica Muzzy, Muzzy, 26 years old. She's been charged with possession of a counterfeit license plate. This happened 9 p.m. Saturday in Deltona when deputies spotted a motorcycle at a Wawa who had earlier fled a traffic stop. So
oh, no.
She's a 26-year-old county deputy sheriff, and she fled a traffic stop earlier. Then I guess there was a bolo out for this particular vehicle. They spot the motorcycle at a Wawa, and then they run the plate. They realize that Chase M3 or Chase Me is a bogus plate.
Yeah, it's a novelty plate. You could probably buy it at the Harley store or something.
No, I don't think you can buy it at the Harley store.
Sure you can.
No, you can't. Stop.
Will you
They're
buy
not-
it at the Suzuki store?
They're not selling fake license plates at a...
It's novelty plates.
But they're not...
They're novelty plates. They sell them everywhere. They sell them at every
right,
beach shop in Clearwater.
I don't
I
think
have a novelty plate in the front of my car.
I don't think. Well, yeah, you've got the Blues Brothers.
Yeah.
What is it? BDR.
Whatever it is.
Yeah, it's the Blues Brothers license plate from the '74 Dodge Monaco.
It's
you know that
rusting
used
out.
to be an old Mount Prospect police car. Cop motor, cop shocks, cop tires.
Again, the point is they
You know,
sell
it's the
novelty
model before
plates there.
catalytic converters, so it runs good on regular gas.
Again,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What?
including you, one person cares about what you're talking about.
Blues Brothers,
Yeah,
man.
I mean-
Telling you. All right, so what is wrong with this woman? So the rider was with a group of motorcyclists, and Muzzy, Deputy Muzzy, was part of this deal. So she's in what, a late night Saturday, bike gang running around, fleeing traffic stops.
Muzzy.
We've had the whole bike thing like on Friday and Saturday nights. We've had that going on for years. Michelle, do you remember and this goes back to when we first moved to Tampa. This is like 1994, 1995. And we've always been in South Tampa. But even like on the other side of the peninsula, because we used to be more closer to Bayshore. Now we're closer to Tampa Bayside in Beach Park in South Tampa. But the Friday and Saturday night, the screaming, high-pitched motorcycle noises, and I think back then that was coming over the Gandy Bridge.
Yeah.
And it seems that it was a lot worse years ago. I still hear it occasionally, but you get those motorcycle riders out on Friday and Saturday nights, and those bikes, when you have 100 of these things or more, and they're all these, high revving, high pitched motorcycle crotch rocket bikes. Not like the of a Harley.
But Gandy Beach in Pinellas County used to be the staging area
Well, for cars
for
too,
cars and motorcycles.
and motorcycles.
Yeah.
But for years, and I still again hear them occasionally. Now we're closer to the Howard Franklin.
Yeah.
So I'll hear them occasionally on a Friday or Saturday night making all kinds of noise. But it sounds like that's what she was doing. That she was part of this like Saturday night motorcycle kind of, we want to be outlaws.
Well, she was.
Yeah. And she was. So as deputies were trying to arrest the cyclist, he called over to Muzzy, who became argumentative with them. Deputies noted that she had a fictitious plate on her motorcycle. Instead of having it towed, she chose to drive it away with the fake tag flipped up. Deputies later pulled Muzzy over on I-4. Body cam footage posted by the Volusia County Sheriff's Office showed Muzzy step off her bike and again started arguing with deputies.
Yeah, she throws her hands up instantly as soon as she gets off this bike. Very confrontational.
She said, I was told I was good to go. She said she was just trying to get home. Why would they tell me I was good to go if I wasn't? So cops took her into custody after she was given her Miranda warning, which is you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and you will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney if you can't afford an attorney. What is your problem?
I don't know. You're grading on me today.
We're
I don't
doing
know.
a freaking show.
You don't need to give the whole Miranda rights, dude.
If you can't afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you, okay?
All right, I'll take the prosecutor. Or no, I get defense, right?
All right. So she's taken into custody, right? And she told deputies she knew it was illegal to ride a vehicle with a fake tag. A probable cause affidavit was obtained. She said she often switches out her real license plate with a prop tag for photographs and forgot to put the legal one back on her bike.
Sure.
So after Deputy Muzzy's arrest, the sheriff's office became aware of a social media account, which was hers, that showed her in all kinds of reckless stunt riding on
Muzzy.
public roads.
Oh, fuzzy Muzzy.
So,
Fester.
no,
The police are the fuzz.
I believe she's. Oh, I was going to say something else.
yeah,
Yeah, I know you are.
The police is the fuzz.
I
Call
know,
the fuzz.
I'm not going to do my fuzzy Muzzy joke. Yeah, might be tasteless. So Muzzy has been a deputy with the Volusia County Sheriff's Office since 2021, and now she resigned.
Why?
They were about to fire her.
Why?
She resigned from the agency rather than being fired.
On both fronts.
Yeah, she's
Why?
posted a bond, and no lawyer listed yet. But man, 26 years old, you've been a deputy for 4 years, and you just blew your whole freaking career because you want to be an outlaw biker on the weekends with your motorcycle pals.
That's just ridiculous.
What a dummy.
Why would she get fired over this?
Hey,
maybe a stern reprimand?
I know. Listen.
Put her on desk duty for a while? I don't know.
I know that I said I have a whole bunch of Florida stories from morons in the news today, and I do. I got a whole bunch of Florida. But speaking of law enforcement, I've had this in my pile for like a week, and I just haven't gotten to it. Did you hear about the 2 female Secret Service agents that got into a bitch slap fest outside of Obama's residence in Washington?
Over what?
I don't know.
I think I read the story and I was like, it's still unclear to me exactly what precipitated the disagreement, but that led to a full-on like fist fight.
Yeah. Secret Service has suspended 2 female Secret Service officers, which were caught fighting on camera outside of Obama's home in D.C. And one of the Secret Service agents is saying, I'm going to whoop this girl's ass.
How does Michelle not come out and beat both of their asses?
Right.
Wow. So 2 female Secret Service agents have been suspended. These were 2 uniformed Secret Service agents caught fighting on camera outside of former President Barack Obama's home up in D.C. During the fight, one federal officer allegedly grabbed the radio and threatened to whoop this girl's ass. And video came out there punching each other.
Look at this video.
Oh, yeah. So that's, Fester just brought up the video. They're wailing on each other. I mean, what the hell? It's unbelievable.
Officers. What are you doing? Let go of each other.
These are uniformed Secret Service agents. Wow. Anyway, so they've been both suspended, and I don't know if they're going to be reassigned, or if
I don't think they're going to get reassigned.
Or if they're going to be fired.
Yeah.
Wow.
Who are you going to give them to?
Yeah.
Can you imagine somebody is, surveilling Obama's house and they're waiting for the right time? Yeah, whatever. You do it when the 2 Secret Service agents that are posted outside, you rip off something, break in and steal. So I don't even know if the Obamas were home at the time. All right, so I said I have Florida-centric pile of morons in the news. Let me continue with how much time? Oh, I got to do this quickly. Oh, yeah, I got to do it quickly. Hey, this is so Florida. DeLand, again, other side of the state, DeLand. Florida dude arrested. Why? Shot another guy over a $5 beer. I can see that.
Tell you what, man, a $5 beer, that's a deal these days.
Yeah. How much is a beer? You go to a bar, what is a Miller Lite or a Bud Light in a bottle?
Fester's not a drinker. So.
How much is a Corona these days in a bottle?
I'll take a Corona for $5.
All right. The DeLand Police Department was called to McCabe's Bar in DeLand. That sounds like a great place. According to police, 55-year-old Calvin Gilbert had been drinking with a man he didn't know at the bar that night, and Gilbert bought a $5 beer for the man. At closing time, police said that Gilbert confronted the victim outside the bar and demanded to be reimbursed for the drink. A $5 beer. So wait a minute, the guy bought the dude a beer, and then at the end of the night, what, did he have like beer buyer remorse? And he wanted his $5?
Was he trying to hook up with the guy or something?
That's the first thing that came to my mind, Fester. I wasn't going to say it, but
all, first of all, there's got to be a really high level of trust for me to accept a drink from a dude.
Right. That's like how many dudes in a bar are buying another guy a beverage?
I mean, I can understand. You get a long period. Hey, this round's on me. Okay, that's fine. But if this round's on me and your hand's on my knee,
so
yeah.
It's a different story.
At the end of the night, Gilbert confronts the guy outside of the bar in the parking lot and wanted reimbursement for the $5 beer. They started to argue. Gilbert took out a black handgun and fired a round. The victim was not struck, ducked to avoid the shot. Good going. The bullet hit an exterior cooler, went through the cooler. What is that, like an ice chest or something outside?
A lot of bars had that silver cooler separate from the main building.
All right, so that was hit, and then it went through that, penetrated a wall. Officers said surveillance video captured the whole damn incident, and then Gilbert fled in a tan 1999 Nissan Quest van.
You don't see too many of those 99s on the road anymore.
Oh, man, that was a spectacular vehicle. The 99 Nissan Quest van in tan.
He must be keeping up on his oil changes.
Oh, God. What a hunk of crap. Investigators spoke with witnesses, identified Gilbert in a photo lineup. Anyway, they found the dude the next morning in Daytona, and they had him in custody, charged with attempted first-degree murder, using a firearm under the influence of alcohol as well. So there you have it. 6:54 at the MJ Morning Show. Early morons in the news. Wow. Hey, do you want to know things that you should never do in a restaurant? There's a restaurant consultant, and I love this item. And you know what? I've seen this. I've never done this, but I've been at dinner with people that have done this. Never, ever do this at a restaurant. And I'll tell you what it is next here on the MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM. Hey, folks, it's all about service at Banco. Banco means service. If you need any garage door service, you call Banco. Banco is the best. It just ought to be synonymous. It ought to be like an involuntary reflex. You know, when you have a garage door problem, and, you know, we all will, you call Banco because they're the best in town. They're honest. They've been around for over 40 years. Nick Banco and the entire team, and they've built a great organization at Banco. You know what the other good thing is? 10% off. So when you call Banco, 10% off, you know, on your parts and, you know, on service that you might need. You need a new garage door. Just tell them at Banco you want the MJ 10% discount. So if a spring breaks, if the tension cable snaps, whatever, any service for your garage door, it's Banco. BancoDoors.com. Tell them that MJ sent you. My friends at International Diamond Center, IDC, have launched the event that people wait all year for. It is the 0.0% financing event for 5 whole years. Make any purchase and enjoy low monthly payments for 5 years. That's until the year 2030. Not a dime in interest. The showcases at IDC are packed. Engagement rings, wedding bands, eternity bands, earrings, pendants, latest selection of certified hand-picked diamonds, exclusive designer fashion jewelry. Pick any item, celebrate your love, engagement time, wedding time, diamond upgrade time, whatever. Get whatever you want. No interest financing for 5 years. This is unbelievable. It only happens once a year. It is limited only to the month of June, so hurry. IDC, International Diamond Center, Tampa, Clearwater, Lakeland, and Sarasota, and tell them that MJ sent you. I do not want you to live a miserable retirement existence because you didn't plan right. How do you plan right? I'm going to tell you right now, you called my friends at the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors. You get a hold of Steve and Elizabeth Holland, you tell them that MJ sent you, and you want to talk about your investment and retirement planning. Hey, are you in your mid to late 40s, going into your 50s, in your 50s, maybe a couple of years from retirement? Maybe you already are retired. Do you have the right investment plan? Do you have the right investment income lined up to come in every month when your paycheck shuts off because you don't work anymore? So you want to replace that paycheck with great investment income. Do you have the full retirement plan? If you don't, or maybe you think you do, get a second opinion. The Hollands will do all this complimentary. They'll answer all of your questions. Get a hold of the Hollands at askthehollands.com. Askthehollands.com. Tell them MJ sent you. 6:58, traffic's on. Let's grab Shriner with the latest MJ Morning Show. Back in just a minute.
We have a disabled vehicle northbound across the Howard Franklin Bridge.
It is 7 o'clock, actually 7:01 at the MJ Morning Show here on a Wednesday. 7 o'clock hours arrived. All right, so what should you not do to a server at a restaurant? Oh, by the way, you know what? Hey, Michelle, remind me later on, update. Do you remember the bartender that called us about the lottery winner from Kentucky fight at the Trade Winds at St. Pete Beach?
Yeah?
Yeah, had an interview yesterday. So I don't know what I understand that she's a great applicant. I don't know if any decision's been made, but the Trade Winds fired her. Let me make a note here. I want to get into this later on. But a bartender who witnessed the lottery winner brawl. This was a dude that won Kentucky. He won Powerball. The National Powerball.
He lived in Kentucky.
Yeah, and he bought the ticket in Kentucky, came down to St. Pete Beach, and got into a fight at a bar at the Trade Winds. And this was a huge story. Kicked a Pinellas County deputy in the face, was arrested, and the bartender from the Trade Winds where the fight happened called us, and the Trade Winds got all pissed off and fired her for calling our show. Bastards. So...
Damn Trade Winds.
She had an interview yesterday, and somebody actually called me and wanted a reference because, I'll tell the whole story later on. So probably the long segment, probably after 7:30 here on the MJ Morning Show. All right, speaking of restaurants, I just teased this a moment ago, that don't do this in a restaurant. And this is from a restaurant consultant. But let me tell you right now, I don't need a restaurant consultant to tell me not to do this. This is just rude. Do you know something that people do at restaurants? And it's earned a nickname. Do you know what they are? You know what this is? It's called a one-timer, or one-timing a server. Do you know what one-timing a server is? You know what? Let me see if we have a server listening. Are you in the restaurant and hospitality business? Are you a server?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what one-timing a server is? Anybody? 800-990-1047. Now, let me do this quickly because I don't want to drag this out. I got a lot to do in this segment. 800-990-1047. That's the number to get in right here, right now. Are you in the hospitality? Are you a server? Do you know what one-timing is? If somebody one-times you, if you know, call quickly here, 800-990-1047, 800-990-1047. Why are your wheels turning over there, Fester?
Well, because, I eat a lot of food
we
at
know.
restaurants. And
Yeah, I see the evidence.
I've had many interactions with servers of varying levels and qualifications and degrees. And if there's something to do to a server, I've probably done it to them.
Right.
But I've never heard the term one-timing.
Yeah,
So
one-timing.
I had to think about it, and I think I have an idea of what one-timing might be, although I've never heard of this term before.
All right, Andrew is screening calls right now. Andrew, go ahead. If you have a server, just get them up quickly here because I don't want to drag this out. All the lines are ringing. 800-990-1047. What is one-timing a server? And do not do this. See, I never knew that this had a classification or a term associated with it, but I recognize that this is a nasty, kind of rude thing to do. All right, first call is from William in Plant City. Let's see if he knows what it is. And then, Fester, you tell me if you are correct. William, welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Awesome.
All right, are you do me a favor, turn your radio all the way down.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I hear it in the background. I don't want you to get confused. All right, so, William, are you a server?
No, sir. I'm not.
Oh, you're not a server.
Well, what are you calling in for?
I thought I am.
All right.
You said call in if you think you know what it is. Right?
That's a good point.
Okay, all right, fine. That's
He
fine.
listens to
All
every
right.
word.
All right, that's fine. William, so you're not a server, but do you know what one-timing a server is?
I think that's where you hit the restaurant. Like one time, that's your first time ever going there. And sure enough, you roll out without giving them a tip.
Nope, that is incorrect.
It's not a bad guess.
No, William, thank you for calling. Thanks for the attempt, but you're wrong.
Love you guys.
All right, love you too. Thank
Thanks,
you.
William.
All right, see, this is why I wanted a server. Ideally, I want a server. All right, Andrew just said in my ear, I don't even know what it is. Yeah, well, listen, I didn't tell you what I was doing here. Wendy and New, because of the 90% of the show is spontaneous. I mean, just a lot of the show just kind of, happens. Like dumpster fires just kind of happen.
I mean, for better or worse.
Yeah.
It took you so long to get to Wendy's, you dropped.
Oh, I was about to go to Wendy.
I
You
know.
know what? Wendy dropped because she probably determined that she didn't have the right answer.
All right, so one time.
All right, so what do you think it is?
I think by the information and the attitude you've given that term.
Let's see if Fester knows what it is.
Is it when you're at a restaurant
Yes.
and you ask a server who's not your server
Yeah.
to do something for you?
Wrong.
Oh.
Wrong. Michelle, come on. Do you know what if you one-time a server, do you know what that means? Don't do this. It is annoying as bleep.
I have no idea.
All right, let me just...
Yeah, just
let
tell us.
Let me spill
I'm
it.
really stumped.
We surrender. We give.
Thank you,
Uncle.
Fester. Thank you.
Oh, Uncle,
Uncle,
you
we
give it up?
We're giving up.
All right. One-timing a server is when you ask for something, they return with that item. So, hey, you say, hey, can I get a glass of water, please? They return with your glass of water. Then you ask for something else. Then they bring you that. Then you ask for something else.
Oh.
Then they bring you that.
Yeah.
That's when you one-time a server. You keep asking for these onesies, and you're running them ragged.
Oh, that's terrible.
It is. That's the deal.
So one at a time.
You one at a time, and you just
Who does
You're
that?
just rattling off one at a time things, and you're running their ass ragged all over the place. All right, hang on. We do have a server. Jenny's on hold, or a former server. Jenny, good morning. Welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Good morning. How you doing?
All right, so you used to be a server.
I did.
All right, how long were you a server?
About 7 years.
Where were you a server?
A couple of different little dive bars or little restaurants.
All right,
here in Pasco
did
County.
you know? Oh, in Pasco, did you know when I said one-timing a server? Did you know what that meant?
Absolutely. It's so nerve-wracking. It's when you go to the table and the customer will ask for ketchup. You bring back the ketchup and they say, oh, I need mayonnaise. You bring back the mayonnaise, oh, I need a refill.
Yeah.
And you just, yeah.
It's one-offs it's like, give them the whole thing. Hey, can I get some ketchup, mayo, and can I get a refill on the drink? Just
Exactly.
ask for everything at once and don't one time the freaking server.
Oh, man. It irritates the shiitake out of your server.
The shiitake. It's like, or it really bugs the shih tzu out of them,
Absolutely.
Yeah, but in the restaurant business, shiitake works, as in shiitake mushroom. So,
Shiitake, absolutely.
so Jenny from the block, somewhere in Pasco. By the way, Jenny from the block in Pasco, is your street in Pasco paved or is it a dirt road?
It's dirt road.
Yeah. Oh, it really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because
Absolutely.
Yeah, I've been to numerous places in Pasco, especially dive in some of the sinkholes, and I've been on some dirt roads in Pasco. All right, so what do you do now? You moved on from serving. What do you do now?
I did. I'm in customer service for a manufacturing company.
Oh, that's nice. And you're liking it
Yeah.
better than serving?
Oh, I love it.
All
I
right.
love it.
Well,
At a certain age, you just can't be a server anymore. It
Yeah.
just doesn't work on your body.
Jenny, thank you for calling. I appreciate it.
Thanks. Have a great day.
Thanks for
Bye,
listening.
Jenny.
So, a public service to the hospitality industry
And injury.
and injury from the MJ Morning Show. Do not one-time your server and bug the shiitake out of them.
Yeah, it's awful.
Speaking of shiitake, did you see my latest Instagram post? Yeah, I'll get to that later on. I got a lot of notes I'm making here. Yeah. So, folks, if you don't follow me on Instagram, you should, because you'll get a leg up, you get a jump. I posted a video at about 9:30 last night, and I think it's already got like 4,000 views already. And this was a late one. You know what the peak hour is for my Instagram? So you can see the analytics. The peak hour of the day where people visit my Instagram the most, which is Certified MJ Radio, and you should be following me, folks, If you don't, give me a follow. Certified MJ Radio. I think you'll like my crap. If you don't, you unfollow me. Simple as that. Hey, I had somebody unfollow me because of the plum spit.
Yeah.
That's
their right.
Yeah. So if you missed this, I posted a video, and I'll get into the other thing I'm about to mention. So I posted a video, not yesterday, day before, of me eating these plums that I bought at Costco. I bought a bag of plums. They were grown in South Africa, and under the glistening South African sun, these plums are grown. That's like on the package. I took one bite out of these plums. It's like a bag of like 20 plums. Bought it at Costco Produce. I get them home, I take a bite, and I'm like, oh my God, these are the worst plums I've ever had. They were like brown inside. They had zero taste. I thought that I had some kind of medical emergency. I thought my taste buds broke. There was no flavor. So I shot a video of me eating the plums, and I'm dramatizing a little bit, and I'm spitting out the chunks of plum. And Julian's holding the camera in the kitchen, and the chunks of plum that I'm biting are flinging out of my mouth. So if you haven't seen the video, it's up on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. And in the comments section, some guy wrote unfollowed.
There you go. Welcome to America.
And then I posted a brand new video last night, and you might have seen it already. I'll talk about this in the long segment coming up. But it's a shiitake, a Shih Tzu problem.
Ooh.
Oh, I shot this in the dark in my driveway last night with a big freaking problem. All right?
That's a huge problem.
That's coming up in the next segment. Hey, totally shifting gears here. Did you see that Steven Spielberg, Michelle, did you know this?
No.
Spielberg is working on a new alleged... Well, no, it's not alleged. He's working on it, but the description is alleged that it's supposed to be the next massive science fiction epic to rival like E.T. and Close Encounters.
No, this is the first I'm hearing.
Yeah, due for 2026, sometime next year. Steven Spielberg is working on a gigantic project. That's why he's been very quiet for the last year plus.
I've been wondering where he's been.
Well,
I was like, where is Steve?
Well, he put out that autobiographical film, The Fabelmans, which that kind of got mixed reviews. I liked it. I like The Fabelmans.
But besides that, I'm like, anybody seen Steve lately?
Yeah,
like
so
the last year and a half, I've been that way.
You know, some people actually filed a missing persons report. They called like the L.A. County Sheriff's Office, and they filed a missing persons report because they didn't know what happened to Stevie.
He's been busy.
Little Stevie Spielberg. So Steven Spielberg apparently is working, and it's not titled yet, or at least they have not said what the name is. A lot of times we know, like when big stars and big projects are being made, we know what the title is. We do not know what the title of this new Steven Spielberg, apparently epic science fiction film to rival E.T. and Close Encounters, is due out later in 2026, and that's where he's been. What we do know is that there's a pretty big cast. Colin Firth is in that. Isn't he? Colin's in, what is the big thing that he's doing recently? Colin Firth.
The Penguin?
Yeah, is that the one? Is he in the Penguin? Or is that the other? Is that a different Colin?
I think it's a different Colin.
Hold on.
Yeah, it's a different
Oh,
Colin.
no, it's a different Colin.
Yeah.
All right. So
Yeah.
Colin Firth is in this movie. Emily Blunt. I like Emily Blunt.
Do you?
Yeah, let me be blunt.
You know who she's married to?
Let me be blunt right now. I like Emily Blunt.
Who's she married to?
Who's she married to?
The guy from The Office.
Stephen Carell?
No.
Dwight?
No.
John Krasinski.
The fat bald guy?
No, the good-looking guy.
Kevin? She's married to Kevin from The Office?
Yeah, that's the one she's married
I
to.
know. She's married
John
to
Krasinski.
the good-looking guy.
Wow.
The good-looking dude, John Krasinski.
Is he that good looking?
I mean, of that cast.
Listen, I'm very comfortable in my heterosexuality, and I have no problem admitting that John Krasinski is a good-looking. I'm sorry, John Krasinski.
Yeah, John Krasinski.
I can't even say.
He was the nephew of the Unabomber.
Can't even say his name. So John Krasinski, yeah, he's a good-looking dude. And he's kind of like an it guy these days. So Emily Blunt, Colin Firth, Josh O'Connor, Coleman Domingo. Oh, I know who he is. They're in the movie. Oh, and then listen to this. Nepo babies.
Yeah, what, all of his kids?
No, you got a couple of Nepo babies that are also in this upcoming Steven Spielberg alleged science fiction masterpiece. So the son of Goldie Hawn and Kurt Russell, Wyatt Russell, is apparently in the Steven Spielberg movie, as well as Bono from U2's daughter Eve. Do you think has she done anything, or do you think like Bono said, "Hey, Stephen, it's Bono. My daughter still hasn't found what she's looking for. She's looking for a part in a movie. I still haven't found what I'm looking for."
Her name is Eve Hewson.
Yes.
She's 33.
Right.
And I wouldn't know her if I hit her with my car.
Yeah, same deal. Same deal. If she were laying in the road and I ran over her, and I wouldn't know who she was.
Is this just Steven doing his friends solids so that kids get a check in perpetuity?
That's what I'm asking. I don't know.
So far, the movie sounds like it sucks.
No, dude, you cannot make that statement. That is an unfair statement to make. Spielberg usually makes very, very good films.
Usually he does, but on the surface right now, Colin Firth is your big star.
All right, except maybe 1941 with Dan Aykroyd and John Belushi. All right, maybe, but I did enjoy a lot of moments of that movie. I really did.
Yeah.
All right, so that's where Steven Spielberg has been. So heads up, remember, I told you 2026, big new Steven Spielberg movies coming out. Hey, Michelle, what have you purchased on Etsy?
Oh, all kinds of stuff.
Just give me a little inventory. Give me a little rundown.
Barrettes, jewelry,
Didn't you buy a couple
journals,
of
T-shirts.
Like you had like a whiskey time or
Yeah.
whiskey Wednesdays or
whiskey weather.
Yeah, whiskey weather.
Great.
Scarves.
Yeah. Things that people make. Isn't Etsy like things that people
Generally speaking.
You ever buy a love spell on Etsy?
A love spell?
Yeah.
Do I need to buy a love spell?
I saw this story
Do I need
about
to hex you?
Listen to me. I saw a woman bought a love spell from an Etsy witch.
Okay.
You can buy spells on Etsy. There are witches selling spells on Etsy, apparently.
It sounds great. They just have their store. You're the one that clicks on it.
Yeah, so this woman posted a video online, and she told this awkward story about a Etsy witch that she hired to cast a love spell on the guy that she was crushing on.
Dude, I just typed the word witch into Etsy.
Yeah.
All kinds of things have popped up.
That's great.
If you want a spell for your perfect wedding, if you want a love spell, if you want to target somebody, if you want a custom spell, all different people with $21, $8, $1.60.
According to Corinne, at first she was excited, but then things went sideways. She sent the witch her crush's name and birthday to work out the spell, but instead of romance, the witch brought on chaos. She literally DM'd him on Instagram and exposed me. What? She sent him screenshots of everything I sent. What is it? What is this like a? This is like a love spell witch on Etsy that's going to turn around and stab you in the back?
It's like a rope-a-dope.
What is this?
You hire me, and then I ruin your life.
So Etsy witches apparently have been a topic of online discussion for a while. I had no idea.
Yeah, it's the first time I'm hearing about this.
That some users are calling the witches of Etsy complete scammers. So there's an Etsy subreddit, of course there is. One user called the site a haven for predatory scammers who peddle magic spells to emotionally and mentally vulnerable people. Anyway, listen, I'm just going to make a suggestion right here on the MJ Morning Show. Maybe you don't hire a witch off of Etsy.
Where else do you find them?
Yeah, where else would you find a witch?
I don't want a witch.
$14.50. This witch will beg somebody to come back to you through a spell.
I get a witch every once in a while without paying a thing.
You sure do.
Michelle's giving
Really?
Michelle's. Somebody,
All right.
I sometimes.
Bye.
No.
Peace out.
She quits.
Michelle, sometimes you can be a little bit of a witch to me.
Is that right?
Or I can replace the W with a B. Sometimes.
Why don't you call her a witch as she hops on her broom and takes off?
All right,
Yeah,
7:21 at the MJ Morning Show. When we get back, we started an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. I'm going to start it off with the poop problem. I've got a poop perp. I shot a video last night on my Instagram. Holy jamoli. Yeah, I know who you are, and if you do it again, I'm coming after you. What the hell am I talking about? I'll tell you next on the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. Don't move. Hey, my friends at Veterans Ford want you to get the Ford employee pricing. So you go to Veterans Ford, and you tell them, hey, I want the Ford employee pricing. Hurry before this deal expires. Car, truck, SUV. What do you want? You know, you'll get what employees pay. We're talking Ford employees. You know, they rolled out that program. So hurry up before it expires. So that's why you want to go to Veterans Ford is because it's a great atmosphere. They're going to treat you well. If you're looking for a great service department, Veterans Ford. I have heard from numerous people that they use the Veterans Ford Service Department after they had, unpleasant experiences at other Ford dealers. If you want just an overall incredible experience for your Ford car, truck, SUV purchase, or your used vehicle, they have an unbelievable selection of used inventory, pre-owned, every make and model you can imagine. But if you also need great Ford service, you go to Veterans Ford. Linebaugh and the Veterans Expressway. It's Veterans Ford. Tell them that MJ sent you. Making a move this spring. Got a couple of weeks of spring left. Then we get into summertime. This is the busiest time of year for movers and people that are moving. And you got a lot of the racketeering moving companies out there. I mean, the moving companies that suck, they're also busy. And I don't want you to get stuck with suck. That's why you want to call twocollegebrothers.com. Oh, that's a great slogan. Don't get stuck with suck. Call Two College Brothers Moving and Storage. Listen, if you're moving, if you know someone that's moving, maybe your kids are moving out, whatever. You got friends, relatives, coworkers. Listen, friends don't let friends hire a bad moving company. That's why you want twocollegebrothers.com. Why do you think they have over 1,100 five-star reviews? Check it out. You don't believe me? Go check it out on Google. Get a great move. Mention me, MJ, get free moving boxes. twocollegebrothers.com, the smartest move you'll ever make. At 7:24, Traffic's on. MJ Morning Show back in minutes. Hour 20 minutes, nonstop next.
Traffic.
It is 7:28, 1 hour, 20 minutes, nonstop. MJ starts right now, and I got a poop problem. Tell you in a second. First, Fester, you want to bring up the traffic snarlage?
Fester, the MJ Morning Show helicopter here. We're over the Howard Franklin Bridge going northbound. You're completely screwed right now. Barely getting by. We get reports of a 7-car accident over by the airport exit.
I can't understand what the hell you just. Stop pounding your chest.
I'm in the I'm in the helicopter. That's how the helicopter guy sounds.
Right, okay.
The Coca-Cola Sky Cruiser.
Okay, Gary McHenry. Can you? What's going on? I know that Schreiner just had it in the traffic report.
Schreiner had his traffic report. Somebody, a couple of people have sent me texts. Howard Franklin Bridge going northbound is a mess by the close to the two ramps or the two exits to the airport where it splits. There's like a 7-car accident.
7-car accident?
According to people. I mean, here's a live picture of the bridge right now.
Yeah.
This is a camera on the bridge span that's not being used, looking over at the northbound lanes, and it is a mess. And there's heavy backups on the Howard Franklin.
All right. Sorry you got to start your day this crappily. Oh, speaking of crappy, it's a great segue.
Yeah, it's not going to get any better in the next couple of minutes as we talk about this next thing.
Bring up my Instagram.
Okay.
Folks, if you're not following me on Instagram, you're missing on great late night, 9:30 p.m. posted content like this. I had to go out to my driveway and shoot a quick video. And it's like a 30-second video. It's a quick video. So I had to post this video on my Instagram last night, Certified MJ Radio. And I want you to hear this. It is me standing in the dark in front of an illuminated palm tree in my driveway. I'm clearly holding something. The caption says, "Warning to the poop perp." Warning to the poop perp.
Ugh.
Reset so I can play the audio.
Sure.
You ready?
Yep.
And play it. Hey, it's MJ from the MJ Morning Show on Q105 Tampa Bay, 104.7 FM. I have a message for the green-bagged dog poop perp. If you leave this bag of poop in my driveway one more time, it's not going to be pretty. I know who you are. Do it again and find out. What is it? Theses around and find out? Thaffo. All right, so.
All right, hold on a second.
Hey, I've got video. I've got cameras. I got surveillance. I know who you are. Somebody is walking their dog. They're cleaning up the poop. They're putting it in a doggy poop bag, and they're tying a knot in the top, and they're dropping it at the edge of my driveway. Because, they're too lazy to carry it around and bring it home with them?
Maybe they're trying to send you a message.
This is like number 3. This is like third time in like maybe 3 months that this has happened. So I'm just putting out a warning to the poop perp that I know who you are, and if it happens again, it's not going to be pretty.
All right, so hold on. You're using this radio show to put a neighbor on blast?
Yes, I am.
Okay, just making sure. I have no
yes,
problem with
I
that.
am.
I just want to be sure
yes.
we're clear.
On blast. Like that.
All right, why don't you bring in like some still frames of the video of the person? We could like blow it up. Like put it like on the side of a van and park the van in front of your house, and they're walking their dog and they see themselves.
Oh, they do have those trucks you can rent.
Yeah.
That have the video screens on all sides.
Uh-huh.
You know, those drive-around advertising trucks.
I think I got a friend who has one.
Just put the surveillance freeze shot of them dumping their doggy poop bag in my driveway and sit in front of their house.
All the neighbors who know you would expect nothing else.
Or just drive around. The poop perp lives it, and then do the address.
Park in front of their house. Park in front of their place, dude.
This is where they live.
I mean, by rights, it's a city right away, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to see my video, it's on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio, and you should give me a follow because you never know what the hell is going to pop up. Hey, scroll up on my Instagram. Let me just take 1 minute here. Just scroll up so I can see all my tiles.
I got to go back. I'm in a frozen page.
Hold on. Then I'll just bring it up on my phone.
All right, here we go.
No, there's a lot of stuff that I posted recently. So we got the poop perp. Oh, if you missed the sloth.
What a cool sloth.
Yeah, we had a sloth, a two-toed tree sloth in the studio yesterday from the Florida Aquarium. You know, I got a new slogan for them. The Florida Aquarium. We're more than just fish.
Fish and sloth.
Fish and sloth. Sounds like a new chain. Fish and sloth.
Have you been to Fish and Sloth? It's fantastic.
It is. It's fantastic.
It's wonderful.
So, all right, so I got the sloth video. I've got my Costco return of the crappy plums, of me spitting out chunks of plum. The hit and run. If you missed this, folks, I don't know if I talked about that. I might have mentioned this quickly. So we were in Fort Lauderdale over the weekend. Julian and I went to visit my father, and there was a hit and run on my parents' property. Somebody mowed over one of their trees, completely bent over and snapped a 25-mile-per-hour speed limit sign, dug out chunks of my parents' lawn, then nailed a whole bunch of shrubs, left busted car parts all over the road, and then took off. And I've got that videos on my Instagram also. It's Certified MJ Radio. That's Certified MJ Radio. And then, of course, the fun in my parents' house. 3 more items. The TV that you can't turn off because they don't want you to turn it off. There's a sign. My parents have a TV in their house. There's a sign on it that says, do not turn TV off. It's been on for 4 years. I don't know why. And then Julian sits on the sofa and gets something hard up his butt. And it's a can of some flame retardant.
Your mother's like, don't move that can.
Just shoved in the sofa.
The TV might catch on fire.
That's my favorite can. I was thinking other things.
And then they have a mini fridge that doesn't get cold. It's packed with drinks. So they have a mini fridge packed with Sprite and Coke and Zephyr Hills water bottles. Packed, I said. And it just doesn't get cold. And then Julian discovered why. There's a 6-inch thick, massive block of ice in the whole back of the fridge covered up by all the drinks. And there are even soda cans embedded and exploded inside the ice cocoon. Inside, this is like, the expeditions in the Arctic where they find frozen animals that have been frozen for 10,000 years.
They found a near perfect one in Siberia.
So there are near perfect exploded bottles of Diet Coke in my. You got to see this video. It's insane. So all this crap is on my Instagram, Certified MJ Radio. If you don't follow me, give me a follow. I have an update. Ladies and you know what? Before I go to the update, Andrew, did you put that commercial on my board? So
I'm sorry, I just saw the refrigerator.
Look at this thing. And
what is happening in there?
So Fester's looking at the video on my Instagram of the frozen fridge. Look for Julian holding a can, and then that's the video you want for that.
These dorm style fridges, MJ. You got to tell Mom. I mean, they have to be de-iced regular.
The Diet Coke that's exploded, or whatever the hell drink that is. I don't know.
It's a red can, it looks like.
Yeah.
It could be a Coke.
I think it's a Diet Coke. It looks like there's brain matter. You know when you see the brain with all the squiggly marks? It looks like there's brain inside the exploded can embedded in the ice shelf. It's insane. Where was I going?
I don't know.
I was just about to go somewhere else.
Who knows? Whatever you want.
Last commercial break, we had a Great Clips commercial. And I gotta listen to the dates again. Great Clips. That's where I get my hair cut. I talk about the stylist that I go to. Ha! This is in South Tampa. And I just heard, let me bring this up. I just heard a commercial. Folks, advertising works. I'm listening to commercials on my very own freaking morning show, and I'm like, I got to go do that. And I think it starts today. So if I'm responding to commercials, folks, think about when you do advertise. I think I have one opening left. If you're a business and you want me to do the live commercials, when you hear me do commercials for WeatherTight Windows and the Holland Group and Banco and IDC and Two College Brothers and Veterans Ford and Kemp Law and Westfall Roofing and Plan B AC and Zero Res, when you hear me do these commercials. These are live spots. There's a reason why these clients have been with me for years, because the return on investment, the ROI is gigantic. And, our show is, doing very well in the Nielsen ratings these days. And, you got a lot of listeners.
Yeah.
And I have one opening left. If you're a client, if you're a service business and if you want to become a yearly advertiser and have me do a live commercial, hey, send me an email. MJ@MJMorningshow.com. That's MJ@MJMorningshow.com. But, commercials and advertising really work because I just heard this commercial. Here, listen to this for a second. Hey.
It's time for the Great Haircut Sale at your local Great Clips salon.
Listen.
Your chance to get a great haircut at an even greater price. Just $9.99. And money's not all you'll save at Great Clips. When you use online check-in, you can save time, too.
No, I have the app. I use online check-in at Great Clips.
Great Haircut Sale at Great Clips. It's gonna be great.
Look!
For a limited time at participating salons.
The $9.99 Great Haircut Sale runs June 4th through June 8th.
That's today. So, yeah, Andrew just got his haircut at Great Clips yesterday. Dude, I heard the commercial yesterday.
This is haircut season.
Andrew, you should have waited to get your haircut at Great Clips. The sale starts today, 6/4.
I don't hear the commercials.
All right, well, anyway, Michelle, I could use a little bit of a cut.
You could.
I buy the card. So every fall, they have the sale where you can buy as many haircuts you want at a discounted price, and you get a card. And I buy like 10 at a time. So I'm not going to use the card because the haircut with the card is like $15.99.
Whoa.
And right now they're having instead of like 20. So right now they're having I'm going to go get my haircut either today or tomorrow before the sale expires for $9.99. So, at Great Clips in South Tampa, I'm coming to see you for my $9.99 haircut. See, advertising works. Do you remember the Dragon Balls? What time is it? 7:39. Okay, I can't blow past my teased item. Remember how to get on the no-fly list? I can't screw this up again. I totally botched this yesterday, and I just blew right past what I was supposed to do at 7:45, so I'm going to make good on it today. Do you remember the Dragon Ball story?
The Dragon Balls?
No.
Yeah.
I mean, is that like you talking about like the
And it's
mythological animal Dragon
No,
Balls?
and it's not a joke like, me Dragon Balls. That's
that's what I thought.
It's not a
I
joke.
thought it was like a nickname for an old man or something.
Yeah, Julian and Chloe are laughing right now. All right, it's not an Imagine Dragons. Imagine me dragon. Chloe for like years. Hey, Dad, do you like Imagine Dragons? You know what? I do like Imagine. I'm on top of the world. Hey, I'm on top of the world. Hey. I mean, I do like a lot of songs.
Good band.
Yeah,
a lot of hits.
I like Imagine Dragons. All right. So, the Dragon Ball story. Do you remember the Asian restaurant lawsuit because the customer ordered the Dragon Balls and they were so hot they got injured?
I mean, when they name it Dragon Balls, it's gonna be spicy, right?
All right, we have an update. California doctor in spicy Dragon Balls lawsuit against a Thai restaurant fires the lawyer and is going to represent themselves in court.
It's always a solid legal move.
Hey, Michelle, what is the old saying?
A
client that
a client that represents himself has a fool for a client.
Has a fool for a lawyer or whatever.
No, the other way around.
Yeah, whatever.
It's opposite what you just said.
Well, then say it right.
The punchline is fool for a client.
Yes.
The guy who represents himself in court has a fool for a client.
Exactly.
There you go. A San Jose, California doctor who sued a Los Gatos restaurant claiming its Dragon Balls appetizer was so spicy it burned her internally, has dropped her lawyer, and is now representing herself in the court case.
Yeah, I saw this. I mean, what
is that even possible to eat something so spicy it burns you internally? Now, I've eaten spicy stuff and I've paid for it.
Yeah, on the back end.
At the back end.
Yeah, and then sometimes at the front end.
But internally other than, I don't feel the heat inside me once I swallow it, do I? I don't know.
I don't. Your brother eats really spicy stuff, and you and he have gone back and forth. So what?
Yeah.
Like, does it? I don't know because I don't eat super spicy stuff. Does it burn you going down your esophagus and
once you
those other body parts?
My brother's quest in life is to find the hottest Scoville united food available, or hot peppers, chili peppers, hot sauce.
There are people like that. They just go for the atomics. I mean, your brother would motor through a whole bowl of Dragon Balls.
Right.
He'd be putting all kinds of Dragon Balls in his mouth.
2 at a time.
Exactly. Here's the story. Or maybe there'd be like a deformity. He'd have 4 balls in his mouth at one time. All right. So.
What do we do?
I don't know. All right. Har Jasleen Walia. That's her name.
That's the doctor.
Yes. It's a woman. Har Jasleen Walia in a July 2023 lawsuit. I remember we did this story originally. She filed this in Santa Clara County Superior Court alleging that she incurred permanent injuries and will forever be damaged by the $11 chicken meatball dish at Coup de Thai. Oh, I see what they did there, like Coup de Thai, Coup de Thai. In downtown Los Gatos out in California. The appetizer burned Walia's vocal cords, esophagus, and the inside of her right nostril, according to the lawsuit.
She's eating it wrong if she's jamming it up her nose.
I mean, come on. You get some. It doesn't cause permanent damage, does it? It's not like it's like a caustic chemical.
Yeah, I don't understand.
A May filing just last month in the case showed that Walia has elected to substitute herself for the lawyer who was representing her. Walia is a neurologist at Headache Away MD Brain and Spine Center in West San Jose. Did not respond to a question about why she was representing herself or whether she planned to obtain a new lawyer. A 5 to 7 day jury trial is scheduled to start August 25th.
7 days?
How could this possibly? She ordered an $11 chicken ball appetizer at the Thai restaurant. It was too hot. She claims that she was permanently damaged from the hot sauce. And this is going to be a 5 to 7 day trial? Michelle, you're a lawyer.
I don't know how it could be 5 to 7 days. I mean, there must be all kinds of medical evidence.
I mean, she must be calling all kinds of people to testify.
Right.
Oh, like expert witnesses.
Gastroenterologists.
Yes, yeah.
She's got Dr. Bodden coming in.
Food doctor.
Walia's former lawyer is Mark Zanabini. Declined to comment on why he was no longer acting on her behalf. This is nuts. Former Santa Clara County prosecutor Stephen Clark, now an attorney in San Jose handling criminal and civil cases, likened non-lawyers representing themselves in court to ordinary drivers getting the key to an Indy race car. You're likely to crash in the first turn. It would be very difficult for the average person, even with medical training. It would be like a lawyer trying to practice medicine. Even lawyers who are in court have lawyers representing them. That's true. Walia, if she continues to represent herself, is going up against trained insurance defense lawyers. Yeah. Coup de Thai's lawyers, Cynthia Banks from State Farm. Oh!
It's their insurance lawyer.
It's State Farm. Well, bring Jake out. Yeah. Oh, you know what? It should have been Farmers. We know a thing or two because we've seen burned faces from Dragon Balls in the past.
A little bronzed plate of Dragon Balls and some lady screaming right next to it.
Exactly. They can just get some bumper nuts, maybe. I don't know. All right, so the lawyer on the other side, the Thai restaurant, they've got State Farm insurance. The restaurant, in a filing back in October of 2023, like 2 months after the incident, denied her allegations that they caused her injury. The lawsuit claimed the Dragon Balls dish was advertised as spicy and that Walia asked her server to make it with less spice because she does not tolerate spicy foods. The server said the chef would make the dish less spicy, according to the lawsuit. But almost immediately after she began eating the Dragon Balls, she felt her entire mouth on fire! Fire, 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 fire!
She had no business.
What?
She had no business ordering this dish. And less spicy is a subjective term. Right? I mean, we did make it less spicy, and she has no tolerance for spice.
Right.
Anything would have burned her.
Fire!
Station 51, KMG 365.
Station 51, respond to the Thai restaurant. Dragon Balls in the mouth, on fire.
I just want to say, I think she made a mistake by firing her lawyer, Mark Zanabini. I'm on his website right now.
Yeah.
For almost 30 years,
right,
Mr. Zanabini has successfully handled all types of
catastrophic personal injury and wrongful death cases.
Catastrophic personal injury like eating hot Dragon Balls.
Including those caused by vehicular accidents, product liability, dangerous premises, or medical negligence. Guess what? He's not going to be able to put spicy Thai Dragon Balls in his bio.
No.
She deprived him of this.
This lawyer seems very competent in this field.
Look, it's a multi-alarm call. Oh, that's Station 51. It's Engine 16. It's, a brush truck 57. They're all responding to Dragon Balls out in California.
Tell you what.
Yeah.
If I choke on some hot balls in San Francisco,
calling
this lawyer.
No, it's not San Francisco.
Oh.
It's Santa Clara.
Oh, my mistake.
I'm sorry, San Jose.
Aren't they right next to each other?
San Jose is close to San Francisco.
Clara, it's all over there.
Yeah. Do you know the way to San Jose?
If I choke on hot balls anywhere in the San Francisco Bay Area, I'm calling
I think there's a lot of ball choking in the San Francisco Bay Area.
If it were to happen to me.
Okay, fellas.
If it were to happen to me.
I'm paying attention now. Stop.
Oh,
well. What were you doing?
You weren't paying attention when we were talking about his brother choking down a big plate of balls?
No.
Oh, okay.
All right. Over my head.
What the hell are you doing here, Michelle?
Anyway, wrapping up the Dragon Balls here. Dr. Kelly Johnson Arbor, a physician at the Washington, D.C. based National Capital Poison Center, told the local news operation that eating Thai chilies spicier than cayenne peppers, but not as spicy as habaneros, can irritate the mouth and throat, but are not associated with causing permanent tissue damage. Court filings by Coup de Thai have said the restaurant would subpoena Walia's medical records and seek to have her undergo a medical exam. Yeah, she's seeking unspecified damages plus medical expenses and compensation for purportedly lost earnings. What? Oh, she can't be a neurologist because she had spicy balls in her throat? Anyway,
so
her lawsuit also accuses the defendants of failing to train Coup de Thai staff to serve Thai iced tea or some other dairy-based product if a customer had a bad reaction to spice intensity. Yeah, so that's one of the remedies is if you get something really spicy, you're supposed to have like a milk-based drink or milk to try to reduce the capsaicin or the hot pepper effect.
This is the best thing to happen to this restaurant.
Yeah,
because
really.
There are people who seek spicy dishes. They can advertise this forever once this is over.
It's probably gone like social media viral. Hey, I'm here at Coup de Thai. I'm about to have the spicy balls.
This burned a doctor's throat so bad.
Exactly. Yeah, she's got a lawsuit against them. I bet your business is up.
Yeah,
at this place. Anyway, the lawsuit claims she drank an entire glass of coconut water and more water. The burning did not subside. Yeah, there's a mandatory settlement conference between the parties. That'll take place 5 days before the trial is set to start. Unbelievable. Yeah. Apparently, Walia and her companion told the waitress that yogurt or another milk product was needed because the dish was too spicy, but no milk, ice cream, yogurt, or sour cream or other dairy product was provided. Oh, heavens to Betsy.
Yeah, I'm sorry. This lady loses this case.
Oh, but so it would be bad news if you were on that jury, is what you're saying?
I mean, I'm a fan of all kinds of balls.
Anyway, that's the follow-up, man. I remember that story. That's a funny story. Let me get into the story that I blew right by yesterday, and my apologies for those who were waiting on the edge of your seat yesterday for me to do the teased story about, hey, you want to get on the no-fly list? Here's how to do it. Here's how to order. See, I read this story, and I didn't think it was that bad. But apparently, this turned into like a potential security risk on the flight. So, I mean, the actual, the setup here, hey, you want to get on the no-fly list? I mean, that's sort of rhetorical in a sense. But a passenger in first class on a Delta flight, the passenger was in seat 1B as in Bravo, asks a flight attendant a question, then the passenger is reported as being suspicious. So I'm guessing that probably a notation was made. I don't know if this is going to affect the passenger on future Delta flights. So what did they do? This story comes from another passenger that witnessed the whole thing and then told the story in a Reddit post. So this other Delta passenger watched what happened and why this was dubbed and why this was deemed suspicious. So in the post, a passenger says that they were in seat 2B, as in Bravo, right behind the so-called suspicious passenger in 1B Bravo. They say the man in 1B,
1B Bravo?
Yep.
Okay, just make sure.
Called the flight attendant and asked why the flight attendants did not block access to the galley with the beverage cart when the pilot used the bathroom. Now, Michelle, how many times have we seen this on domestic flights, international flights? This happens all the time. I see it still constantly.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Post 9/11, we've seen this.
I mean, whenever we fly, but I haven't flown with you recently, so
I've seen flight attendants stand guard. I don't know if the beverage cart was always there, but I've seen.
No, they moved the beverage cart. So post 9/11, when because of the secure cockpit and the fact that they went to the hardened cockpit doors with the security code, back before 9/11, cockpit doors were essentially the same as a cardboard box.
I feel like sometimes they left them even open.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you could just walk up and you could see what's going on in the cockpit. And now it's like, Fort Knox.
So post 9/11, they use the beverage cart typically to prevent someone from like running up the aisle, charging and trying to gain access to the cockpit to potentially take over the flight or, incapacitate the pilots, because that's what happened on 9/11. They used the box cutters and they attacked the pilots and took control of the airplanes and then crashed them. That's what happened. So the man says, hey, when the captain went to the bathroom, why didn't you guys, block access, when he used the lavatory? And apparently it happened on his last flight. So I don't know if he witnessed it on that flight, but on his previous flight, I guess that's, hey, on my last flight, they didn't block. And the flight attendant's like, oh, my God, why is this guy asking this question?
Why is he focused on that?
Because he knows protocol? I mean, that seems...
Fester, honestly, I could see that a question being MJ would ask.
I thought you were that guy.
Listen,
didn't you sit in 1B coming back from somewhere recently? Did you sit front row, middle seat?
I did.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a you story.
I was on a Southwest flight. I was 1B. I was middle seat. So
I thought the whole joke was that this was you.
No, it's not. No, it's not. But you know what? This is a question I would ask, and I'm not a danger. I'm not a threat. I'm not a hijack threat. But no, I might ask a question. Hey, why didn't you? The captain went to the bathroom, or the FO went to the bathroom. Why didn't you block the? I don't mean that as a security red flag.
Also, we don't know the tone of it all. I mean, the guy could have come in pretty hot as opposed to being more inquisitive.
The Reddit poster who witnessed this says the flight attendant was surprised by the question and then whispered the passenger in 1B's question to the head flight attendant. The head flight attendant approached the man in 1B and told him, I cannot answer questions related to security of the aircraft.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah.
I mean, fine, call Delta Police.
Then, according to the passenger that witnessed this, the guy asking the question pushed back and said something like, seriously? You know why? Don't you remember 9/11?
That sounds exactly like what you would say.
And then the flight attendant says, we can't talk about this stuff. Thank you for letting us know what you observed on your prior flight. When the pilot went to the restroom later in the flight on that plane, they wheeled out.
You bet your ass
they had
did.
Two flight attendants and the cart blocked galley access as the pilot came out, and they were all staring down the guy in 1B.
Yeah.
Fine, stare me down and secure the plane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, this is the kind of thing where you would say to me, hey, did you see when the captain went to the bathroom?
Yeah, why did they do that? Yeah.
And I would say to you, keep that to yourself.
No,
keep that question to yourself.
And
you'd be like, well.
Then he's going to stop for like 20 seconds. He'll say nothing. And then he'll say, I'm going to ask him. I'm going to ask. I'm going to inquire about it.
And I would say,
don't get up. I can see the whole thing happening right now with you.
Then other commenters on the Reddit post, were like saying, "Oh man, this dude's definitely on the no-fly list now, and he's going to be banned from flying on Delta."
I don't think that's. You know what? I tell you right now, the flight attendants didn't report it any higher than this flight because they don't want it to come back to them.
Right.
One of their brethren were not following protocols according to this guy. Why didn't he say it on the flight that it happened.
Yeah.
That's the only suspicious thing in this.
And also, you can always email in comments. We get those surveys all the time. And if you don't get one of those, you can always just contact them, tell them your flight number, blah, blah, blah. I observed the flight attendants not doing this. I thought it was protocol. Delta will clear it up or whatever airline it is.
They'll investigate it. They have some kind of internal affairs,
Sure.
don't they?
Yeah. You just don't want to get on the no-fly list.
One other aviation story.
Yeah.
A flight attendant, one of these, travel blogs, warns why you should never switch seats with another passenger on a flight. Think about this. Why should you never switch seats with a passenger?
Oh, I heard a rumor as to why.
Okay.
I don't know why.
Let's see what Rumor Fester heard.
This is awful.
Boy, tell me.
If the plane goes down, and everybody's all charred up in their seats.
Oh, they might misidentify you, or
they know that you sat in seat 1B, and if I switch with you and you're in 27F,
yeah,
they'll think you're me and I'm you.
That's a good guess, and that's something that I would have thought of as well, but no. The answer is that if you agree to change seats with somebody on the airplane, the record, the seating chart, they have you sitting in that seat. And if something were to develop, if there was some kind of a security issue or if there was a problem with the passenger and they caused a disturbance, that's coming back on you. So if you have the original seat, your name is attached to that seat. So you're on American 2152 and you're in seat 22D as in Delta, and you switch with somebody. If that person does something, your name's attached to that seat, and it could take a little bit to unwind if there's an incident.
That's just like selling your season tickets. Like there were stories of like a Jets fan who sold his season tickets.
And then someone behaves badly.
Like
and
a total ass.
Then it comes back on them.
Right.
Yeah.
Or like one guy sold tickets to the Masters. Like he had tickets and he sold them.
Yeah.
And then a guy who went to the Masters got drunk and belligerent and became a real jackass. And it went back to the other guy. Huh.
Hey, speaking of changing seats, so don't change seats. And this is a whole thing, hey, can I sit with my wife and kids? No.
That could be a plan, though. Somebody could be like scheming to do something on the plane and then say, hey, switch with me. I want the window.
They'll never know.
Right.
Hey, just a heads up, man. You get all kinds of good tips from the MJ Morning Show. And, speaking of seats on the airplane, quickly, before I move on, I flew Spirit over the weekend with Julian. I flew Spirit Friday night going down to Fort Lauderdale, flew Spirit coming back Sunday. Let me tell you something I noticed about Spirit. And you know what? I've had a pretty good experience on Spirit overall. So, Friday night, we were on time for the most part. Sunday coming back, there was a whole bunch of weather, not Spirit's fault. We had all kinds of delays. We had to go back to the gate because we were sitting on the runway for so long, or the taxiway. We had to go back to the gate to get fuel. That took a while. Then there was a full ground stop Sunday morning at KFLL, Fort Lauderdale, Hollywood.
Yes.
All right. So one thing I noticed about Spirit, the flight attendants, and it was extra obvious on my return flight on Sunday morning, the flight attendants have a tablet, and they've got the whole seating chart, and Spirit is so strict about changing seats because, they charge you for a seat. If you want to move, let's say there's like an open seat, like one row ahead of you.
They'll bill you right there?
No, if that's considered a different seating section, man. So this flight attendant is walking up and down the aisle, and I see the whole, color-coded seating chart for the Airbus 320, and looking at every single seat, what's occupied, what's not. I'm telling you, they're on patrol. They're looking for like seat stealers. They're looking for people trying to move up. And on my flight back on Sunday with Julian from Fort Lauderdale back to Tampa, that plane was only half full. There were 80 passengers on this Airbus, I think, held 174 or so. So this plane was less than half full. And you had everyone was like, all the cheap seats in the back were filled, but then you had seats in the middle of the airplane that were totally empty, and they were just making sure that nobody was moving up to a different seat, man, because They must get bonused or something. Must be like, remember those Frontier freaks?
Right.
Remember we found out that Frontier was giving the gate agents a cash bonus for every passenger that they pulled aside because their carry-on bag was a centimeter too big for the template.
Yeah. So you think these flight attendants get a bonus if they move somebody back?
They probably get spiffed in some way if they earn this last line of income, yeah.
Caught another cheater. They tried to move from row 19 to row 14. Oh, my God, son of a bitch. What a thief.
I don't think
it's the thief seat. Oh, it's the
they're not
seat thief.
They're not calling you a thief. They're just going to bill you for it. Otherwise, you have to get back to your seat, sir.
Oh, man. And she was like a seat Nazi patrolling up and down. It was crazy. Hey, do you know what time it is right now?
More airplane talk.
No.
Oh.
No. Michelle, what time is it? Come on.
Is it Diddy time?
It's what?
Is it Diddy time?
It's Diddy time.
Oh, listen,
gosh.
Michelle, I got to say, yesterday we were so packed we didn't get to Diddy.
Yeah.
Have we had a Diddy update all week? Well, I guess it was today. What day is today?
Today is
Tuesday?
Today's Wednesday.
Have we done a Diddy pile all week?
Nope.
I don't think we have.
Nope. It's been a little,
We did a really, really last second short one on Monday and nothing yesterday.
Hold on, it's about to ramp up here.
Here's my favorite part.
So let me deliver my VO. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the Diddy Trial. All right, so Michelle actually had one little blurb at the very end of the show yesterday. Fester, you're probably not paying attention. You were probably eating something and chewing hard. You didn't even hear it.
I was eating something.
Oh.
But it was like at the very last. You give me one factoid about the.
You were eating, I think, rock candy. Very, very crunchy.
I was.
Yeah. All right, so Michelle, let's get into the.
Yesterday we just commented about the Mia, who she's testifying under a pseudonym. She was just basically corroborating a lot of Cassie's the beatings that Cassie took, but also giving similar testimony about her experience with Diddy.
All right, but the really interesting stuff from yesterday.
Yes.
The hotel security guard.
I mean, this is incredible.
I remember what you said yesterday.
Go ahead.
Yesterday, Michelle said that the jury had a visible reaction of disapproval by what this Mia person was saying, which court watchers were saying looks good for the defense because they weren't buying it or it was a look like, okay, whatever.
Right. Because they've heard this now like a number of times, the same kind of redundant story, about how he's beating everybody, paying them off, beating everybody, paying them off. But then yesterday, it got really interesting, Fester.
All right.
So they talked to the hotel security guard from the Intercontinental Hotel.
Eddie Garcia.
Yep. And so he was the one that apparently Diddy was able to get a hold of.
Hold on. Wasn't that our vet for years?
Yes, it was.
The great Dr. Ed Garcia from the veterinary medical clinic.
Yes.
Is not the same Eddie Garcia, the security guard at the hotel where Diddy beat up Cassie Ventura.
No, he's not.
No, not the same Eddie Garcia.
Names that are probably,
DVM.
20,000 Eddie Garcias in the country. How many? Are there 50,000 Eddie Garcias in the U.S.? That seems pretty common.
Right. All right. So this is crazy. Listen to this.
So this is the hotel security employee that Diddy was able to reach out to when he realized he needed to get a copy of that tape of him beating Cassie in the hallway by the elevator. So this individual negotiated a sale. But it was his boss who actually said, see if he'll pay $50,000. And so the boss downloaded the video onto a thumb drive and gave it to this Eddie, who went to the exchange, which Diddy was there, as well as his assistant, this Christina Korm, which we haven't really seen or heard much about her, except that she's been sort of in his circle when he's negotiating or taking care of these types of things. And he actually got paid $100,000.
Yeah.
So he gave $50,000 to the boss who said, see if he'll pay me $50,000. Then he kept $30,000 for himself. And I guess there was this other employee who was aware of the video, maybe was on site. He gave him $20,000.
All right. So Eddie Garcia said he accepted cash in exchange
from a brown bag.
Right. For giving Puff Daddy, P. Diddy, Sean Combs, what he believed was the only copy of the surveillance video of him beating the crap.
Right. At that meeting, he asked Diddy asked him, "Is this the only copy?"
And he said, "Yeah."
He said yes.
But obviously it wasn't, because remember a couple of years back, CNN got a leaked video from the 2016 incident.
Oh, man, I would have kept blackmailing P. Diddy.
Holy crap. So we thought, we had heard that like a security guard was paid like 10 grand or something. Turned out that he got $100,000.
Yeah.
I mean, you've heard of the $100,000 pyramid. This is the $100,000 give me the video that I just beat up Cassie Ventura in front of the elevators at the hotel game. Whoa.
All right, it's a lotion. It's slick. It's clear.
Oh,
it makes your body glisten.
Wait a second. Hang on a minute. Hold on a minute.
Let's play the $100,000 pyramid. Come on.
Wait a sec. All right, here we go. You're in the winner's circle.
Yes. All right. All right. So it comes in a bottle. It's a plastic bottle, often clear. Johnson & Johnson makes it. It makes bodies glisten. Makes things really slick.
Baby oil?
Yes, baby oil. Yes.
Okay.
Yes. All right. So it's a box that's on the side of buildings.
Yes.
And you go from one floor to the other.
Yes.
There's buttons in it. And the doors open and close.
Elevator.
Yes. Okay. So it's a sheet. It's a sheet, but it's not a sheet. It's absorbent. It dries water.
Right.
And you wrap it around you when you're naked.
A towel.
Yes, a towel.
Okay.
Yes. Huh?
You gotta do lube.
Okay, so sometimes comes in a tube, sometimes comes in a jar. Often referred with the term Astro something.
Astroglide.
Lube. Yes, lube. It's brown and it's paper.
Yes.
And it's you put things in it like at a grocery store or a liquor store. Brown bag.
Yeah.
It's gonna go with money.
You could have done like the bribe money. Like that was the bag. That was the bag for the bribe money. Okay. All right.
We should do P. Diddy $100,000.
Oh my God.
That's crazy.
It's almost like in poor taste, though. Honestly,
I don't care about taste.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why we're not giving out baby oil on the air.
But wait a sec. This is what really got me going. I'm like, oh my God, it's like a scene out of Goodfellas. So Diddy told the security guard when he got paid off the $100,000.
Yeah.
All right, Michelle, get into this. This is great.
Don't make any big purchases.
So Diddy tells the security guard, here's the $100 grand in the bag. Don't buy anything. Don't make any big purchases. This is Goodfellas. This is good. This is Jimmy in Goodfellas. This is Robert De Niro in Goodfellas telling the gang after the Lufthansa heist. 6 million, 7 million. Nobody knows how much money was taken. The big heist at JFK. Nobody knows the huge Lufthansa. I think it was Idlewild back then. Nobody knows the biggest heist in history.
I mean, this bellman essentially shows up to work with an F-250 all decked out. Something's changed.
But
hold on, man.
It's like in Goodfellas after the Lufthansa heist.
Right.
Jimmy told the crew, don't arouse suspicion. Don't buy anything.
Listen, what's going on? I'm not saying I have to go buy anything for a while.
Yeah, but it's a wedding gift, Jim. It's from my mother. It's under her name. I just got married.
Love that car.
Excuse me, darling, for just a second.
I just got married.
Johnny, are you nuts?
What are you getting excited for, Jimmy?
What am I getting excited for? You stupid. We got a million bulls out there. Everybody's watching us, and you get a car. You're telling me I'm excited?
My mother's name. It's a wedding gift.
Whose name it's under?
Are you stupid or what? Did you hear what I said? Don't buy anything. Don't get anything. Nothing big. Did you hear what I said? What's the matter with you?
And it's a pink Cadillac.
Well, I mean, talk about ruining a Christmas party. What a bunch of stooges.
It's a pink freaking Cadillac.
Then the other guy walking with like a mink coat on his leg.
Yes.
His old lady walks with a coat.
Exactly.
What'd you say? Are you being a wise guy with me? Huh?
I'm sorry. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? What did I tell you? You don't buy anything, you hear me? Don't buy anything.
Don't buy anything.
Take it off. Take it off.
Take it. Here it is. Take off the coat. Take it off.
I tell you not to attract attention.
Don't attract attention.
Carry it on, get your $20,000 mink. Bring it back.
All right. I'll bring it back.
Bring it back. I don't care what you're doing. Bring it where you gotta be. Get it out of here. I don't care. You understand? Get it out of here.
All right. Let's get the money.
Take it off.
And she's complaining that Jimmy's got the fur coat and rips it off of her, and then that was Carbone.
Yeah.
And Carbone is like, and you're pushing her out the door. This was at the mafia crew. This was at the Christmas. This is the Christmas party. Is what it was.
Did mafias have Christmas parties? I mean,
apparently.
Hey, we're having a Christmas party.
And then, you know what happened? All the folks, you saw Carbone was frozen in the meat truck. Oh, it goes to the whole montage with the Layla piano exit music here.
I mean, if P. Diddy could have had these people killed.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He would have.
I think he would have.
Yeah. Is he facing life in prison?
Yes.
The security guard hanging frozen in a meat purveyor truck. Oh, yeah.
I mean, let's talk this through. MJ, you're facing life in prison, and it's not looking good.
Yeah.
You kill everybody involved. What are they going to do? I'm already facing life. I'm going to kill every witness.
Anything else, Michelle, or is that about it?
No, they did have an outburst right at the beginning before court even began. I guess she's a Diddy fan.
A crazy Diddy fan. What happened? She
just
made a
yelled
big...
out. Well, I can't say what she yelled. These MFers are laughing at you, Diddy. And so she was escorted out and told not to do it again. So I don't know if they're letting her back in. It wasn't really clear what her purpose was.
I don't think the judge is going to say, "Here, ma'am, don't do that again."
Yeah, well, that's what they say. The guard said.
But
they took her out.
Okay.
They took her out. So we'll see if she's allowed.
Why wouldn't they ban her from future appearances in the court?
Maybe the judge did.
I'm guessing they did. That if this woman, a Diddy fan, caused this major outburst, that I got to believe that she's been barred from subsequent appearances, waiting in line, waiting for one of those gallery seats, as people are waiting from the night before to get into the Diddy courtroom.
All right, I have a dumb question.
Okay, dumb question time.
So is Diddy in jail every night, or is he in a hotel during the trial?
I'll tell you, he has to go back to jail, and that was a problem yesterday. The defense said, we don't have enough time with him having to go back to jail. Can we meet with him after court in the courtroom? Can we use the courtroom as our meeting space? Because we need to have time with him to go over. I guess they're saying that they need to review this next witness's testimony very, very closely and thoroughly. And so the judge, I think, has gone ahead and said yes, but going forward, she's going to sort of consider it on a witness by witness basis.
That's fair though. If Diddy is owed and deserves a good defense, and if that's true, that being brought to and from the Brooklyn Detention Center, the Metropolitan Detention Center, if the lawyers cannot get enough time with Diddy in this high-profile trial, that could be a problem. I don't know, even potentially grounds for maybe an appeal. But I agree that Diddy ought to have an appropriate amount of time with his lawyers during this highly charged, highly publicized trial.
Well, I think they made the case based on what the next witness is that's coming in, this Jane something, but the prosecution said, no, they've had the information about this witness for a long time. They should have already cleared this up in their, other time. So that's why the judge, I think she gave them some leeway because she is kind of understanding. It's a very complex case. There's a lot of witnesses, that are coming in that they need to tie things up with. And I think the judge does understand the time that it takes to go back and forth, but she's not going to let it go on throughout the duration. She's going to sort of monitor that to make sure that they're not getting, I think, more than what they...
Does P. Diddy get dressed at the jail in the morning and then ride in a van shackled up in his outfit? Good question. Or does he get dressed in a lawyer's chambers or something at the courthouse?
I think he gets changed at the courthouse, but I don't know for sure.
I think I've heard that in a lot of cases, they're taken out of the detention center in the prison clothes or jail clothing, and that they change once they get to the courthouse.
Next Diddy question.
Yeah. Yes.
In jail.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not that I've been to jail, but I've had an uncle who's been to jail, and he said they don't shower every day. They have shower days, 3 times a week or something, right?
All right.
Does Diddy get to shower every day before court, or does he have to sit in yesterday's stank?
Good question.
All right. Good questions.
Move it. Is that it, Michelle? Can I move on?
Yes, you can. I'm going to just tell you, he's in a really bad holding cell.
He's not in a desirable place.
The Brooklyn Detention Center.
Yeah, that detention center is notorious for being.
It is a hole. It is a pit. I think I'd rather be in the Shawshank Redemption prison. or whatever.
Work in the film room.
Moving along. Really. Do you remember two times? Speaking of Goodfellas, was it Tommy 2 times, Jimmy 2 times? What was his name? Going to get the papers, get the papers. Going to get the papers, get the papers. So, do you remember several occasions on the show, and again, just recently, we had the woman. I said I was going to do this earlier, so here it is. We had a woman, a bartender from the Trade Winds at St. Pete Beach. And I've always had a good opinion of the Trade Winds.
Yeah. I mean, a landmark destination in the Bay Area on St. Pete Beach.
You want to know why they call it the Trade Winds? Because they trade advertising with virtually every radio station in the market. That's what
That's true.
So, over the years, how many vacation packages at our various radio stations, or we've done promotions at the Trade Winds. I've had a very good opinion of the Trade Winds, but then they fired an MJ Morning Show listener, a bartender at one of their bars, because she called into our show like a month ago. Called in after the story broke nationally that a recent Powerball winner from Kentucky down at St. Pete Beach, just after winning Powerball, was at the bar at the Trade Winds and got into a fight with another bar goer. And there was a brawl. The Pinellas County deputies were called. A deputy was kicked in the face. The Powerball winner was taken away, and he was arrested. And I mean, it was then the girlfriend. What was her name?
Fight Master.
Yeah, the girlfriend's name.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to be kidding me. The girlfriend of the lottery winner. Her last name was Fight Master.
You want to talk about a woman who's never going to get roughed up? Is a woman named Fight Master. I'll tell you what, she'll kick everybody's ass.
So the bartender from the Trade Winds called in and told the story, and I thought she told a great story. There was nothing negative about the Trade Winds. I thought she was a great representative of the Trade Winds. Guess what? They fired her for speaking out in an unauthorized fashion. So this is a bartender. Just trying to make a living. They fired her.
When she came on the air, did she say she was anonymous, or did she give her name?
No, she gave her name.
Okay.
Or you know what?
I don't remember.
Or she said she was the bartender. It's not tough for them to figure out who was the bartender at the Trade Winds with the lottery incident. So they clearly could piece it together, whether she said her name or not. Anyway, they fired her for calling in and telling the story live on the MJ Morning Show. So then we had her on the air last week because she called us back to say I was fired. So we had her on a second time. Anyway, last week when we had her on, we were trying to, get her a new job as a bartender. Anyway, we got a bunch of leads for her. And yesterday, Michelle, guess where she was?
Well, I know.
Oh, I told you. That's right.
You did tell me. Sorry.
Where was she?
She went to Massimo's.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
One of our favorite restaurants.
Yeah, Massimo's has an opening for a bartender/server. And Massimo's is one of our favorite spots. Massimo's up in Palm Harbor. It's right off US 19. It is right behind the Outback on US 19 in Palm Harbor. It's in that shopping center. And Massimo is just fantastic. Just a high-end, eclectic Italian. Massimo is a phenomenal chef. And Massimo called me yesterday and said, hey, guess who's here? And I guess she told Massimo the whole story. And I texted Massimo after.
So it's coincidence that Massimo's advertising for a bartender, and she replied back to it, or did we help set it up? Because you're tied to both people.
She had mentioned Massimo's to me, that Massimo's was hiring. I gave her a whole list, and we gave her some contact names and numbers.
Okay.
And then also she had mentioned, hey, I see that Massimo's is hiring. So Massimo called me and was like, hey, what do you know about this woman? I said, I don't know her personally, but she's been on the show twice, and she's very well-spoken.
That's usually the highest recommendation.
Yeah. Right. Hey, she's been on the show twice. So she went for an interview yesterday, and I guess she got tested out, and Massimo had her make a couple of drinks behind the bar. And
that's the worst recommendation. What? Well, she's been on my radio show twice, and she has the English language down pretty pat.
2 thumbs up.
Yeah, she can talk pretty well.
She sounded great.
I have no idea who she is, but
so she does
3 stars.
She does a bartender test. Right. So Massimo's apparently had her make a couple of drinks, and then it's a server position as well.
Okay.
So it's both. And Massimo then called me after. Well, he called me and said, "Hey, do you know this?" I said, "Yeah."
I got her fired.
What do you know about her? I said, listen, she needs a job. She sounded great on the air. Yeah, give her consideration. And then I followed up with Massimo last night, and he said that, yeah, she was great, and that she has all the qualifications, and she's a very solid applicant for his job opening.
I tell you what, man, those folks at Chili's better spit or get off the pot if they're gonna wait on this.
They better make their move.
Go quick.
They better a big signing bonus. Big signing bonus.
Honestly, listen, we hope she finds another position, obviously, and nothing but the best of success for her.
I do. Hey, just a warning. Just a warning here on the MJ Morning Show. Folks, please don't fall for the social media yak. People are putting videos out about a Category 4 hurricane that's going to be brewing in the Gulf, and it's going to hit the west coast of Florida somewhere in the next 10 days. That is not true. There is no activity out there. There's some little disturbance off the east coast of Florida, north of Florida. Is it the Carolinas or something? Right now it's very, very quiet. So again, social media can be good and social media can be bad.
So I'm on the NOAA. Is that how you say it? NOAA?
Yeah, NOAA is the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA.
As of 8 a.m. this morning, just a couple minutes ago, 0% chance of a cyclone forming in the next 7 days with this disturbance 1 kind of at the state line between Georgia and Florida right now.
And I think it was maybe headed toward the Carolinas.
Yeah, headed north.
Yeah, so whatever the system is, but there's right now a 0% chance of cyclone formation. Still, obviously, very early in the season, but don't fall for some of the social media crap that's floating around. Category 4 hurricane in the Gulf next 10 days. That's completely, totally, absolutely false. So either the Gulf or the Atlantic, there's no chance of any formation right now. Still very early in the season. Hopefully, here in the Tampa Bay area, we had our brush enough. I think we had enough for 100 years, because the last time we had that kind of crap affecting the Tampa Bay area with Helene and Milton, at least the storm surge with Helene, the first storm we had in late September last year, the last time that the Tampa Bay area saw that kind of storm surge was 1921. It was 103 years ago. So hopefully, we've had our brush for a while, and we're not going to see that kind of crap. I've never seen that. I've been in the Tampa Bay area since 1994.
I'll start preparing now for the surge of 21-25.
All right, there you go. Good news. Fester, I need you to do something for Michelle. I've been alerted. Our listeners are the best. Folks, in fact, I can already see, I was just checking, just browsing my email.
Yeah.
And just a lot of great emails have come in today. So, Fester, I was tipped off by a listener. They were out and about and took a picture of this item, and I need you just to maybe stop today and bring them in tomorrow. When I went to Costco last Sunday, and I ended up with those really crappy plums. Was it last Sunday or was it the Sunday before?
Must have been the Sunday before.
Oh, no. I was in Fort Lauderdale, so it was the Sunday before.
Yeah.
So 2 Sundays ago.
Crappy Plum Sunday.
I got the Crappy Plum Sunday.
Yes.
I got these lousy plums, which I'm going to bring back this weekend, because I usually only go to Costco every couple of months. But it turns out that it is the first Saturday of the month at the Hillsborough County Hazardous Waste Dump.
Okay.
And it's right near Costco off of Linebaugh and what is that, Sheldon over there?
It's a lot of effort to get your $5
So
back.
I am bringing 32 used fluorescent 4-foot tubes to the hazardous waste drop-off, but I'm right near the Costco, so I will be back. And me going to Costco twice in 3 weeks, that's very close together. So Michelle asked for one thing, and I was a complete freaking failure. I'm really not the failure. Costco failed me. Not only on the bad, crappy plums, and I like Costco. I'm a Costco fan. All in all, Costco gets good marks from me, although it's not as cheap as people think.
Are you trying to get on their no shopping
list?
Are you trying to make enemies here?
No, I'm just saying, overall, I really like Costco. I just got some lousy plums. I'm getting my $5.89 back, And then Michelle asked for one freaking thing, and apparently it's discontinued. Michelle wanted the milk chocolate-covered raisins, and they are nowhere to be found at Costco. Also, what the hell happened to the South Korean barbecue jerky?
Tariffs, dude.
What? No.
Tariffs.
No, well before what are you opening? You're like crumpling paper over there.
You said get something for Michelle.
What are you doing?
Hold on. You said get something for Michelle.
Yeah.
And as you said that, it sparked my memory that I recently went to Walmart and picked up their Pop-Tarts.
Right.
And I picked up what is Michelle's favorite flavor and mine in the non-cooked variety. When you toast them, I like the blueberry. She likes the strawberry. But this the brown sugar Pop-Tarts, which are fantastic.
Oh, sugar.
So I have 2 left in my box, and I flipped one over to Meech, and I have one also. So while you're telling me what you want me to pick up for your wife, because you can't.
I've got crinkly Mylar Walmart Pop-Tart brand foil going on
Would
here.
you like one?
No.
You can take first pick. I
No, that's fine.
You like these. You said you liked them. They're very moist.
Oh, look, I'm telling you right now, I think that the great value Walmart Pop-Tarts are better than the actual Kellogg brand Pop-Tarts.
They are. $2.12 for a box of 12 of them. Look at that.
Plus, their Pop-Tarts are like more uniformly made these days. Pop-Tarts, seriously.
Look at all that icing.
Well, actually, that one's a little sloppy. But of the last couple of years, regular Pop-Tarts have shrunk. The icing application looks like a 2-month-old put it on.
Yeah.
You know?
Oh, he's...
All right, anyway, so...
All right, so what can I get for the old lady?
All right, so here's the deal. And I was tipped off. So I go to Costco, and I was failed. Michelle was failed. They've discontinued the milk chocolate-covered raisins that come in that big plastic bucket. I'm like, what the? Who discontinues that? I can't find the Korean barbecue anymore. I don't know what happened to that. And that, that's trauma. People that get used to a certain item at a warehouse club and you buy it for years and then it disappears.
Dude, that's the deal with these warehouse clubs.
That's trauma, man.
Buy it now.
I've been mentally damaged.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Michelle, I get home and she thinks I'm lying. It's like, oh, you just forgot. You're lying.
You're lying.
I'm like, Michelle, they didn't have the chocolate-covered raisins. And in fact, Costco has discontinued them. That's what they told me. They're discontinued. So they sent it. I'm at the checkout stand. And, hey, you find everything? No. Can't find it. So they sent the manager over. I said, where are the chocolate-covered raisins? They sent an employee to the candy section. Yep. Can't find them. Then they looked it up on the computer, and they said, yep, computer says discontinued.
Here's a whole subreddit.
Oh, really?
Kirkland chocolate-covered raisins
discontinued.
Yeah.
Haven't seen them the last couple of trips to Costco.
Right. Well, I was told they were discontinued, right? So a listener, this is how great our listeners are. I get an email at mj@mjmorningshow.com, and a listener sends me a picture of a whole shelf of Members Mark chocolate-covered raisins. So, Michelle, I'm going to ask Fester right now. Fester, can you go to Sam's Club today and get Michelle the Sam's Members Mark? This could be enough to have me switch my subscription. My subscription is out.
It's a membership.
My membership is expired. So I had 5 or 6 days left when I did show up 2 weeks ago at Costco. So my subscription, my membership is expired. I might just have to switch to Sam's because they have them. But do me a favor. Could you please go to Sam's today, get Michelle the chocolate-covered raisins, and bring them in? Would you be kind enough to do that for me?
Meh. I tell you, if I go, I'm going to have to get the $1.50 hot dog.
Hey, speaking of food, do you know what sucks?
Yeah, I know what
God,
sucks.
When you think that you bought a great watermelon and then you get it home and that watermelon blows.
There are so many sucky watermelons out there, dude.
Oh, Mike, what is going on? I mean, I did everything right. I did the thump test to get that nice hollow thump. I found the thumpiest, best-sounding watermelon. And what are there additional watermelon?
Yes, you don't know?
You know what? I saw a video. There was a video that popped up, and I can't remember what the dude said.
I saw the same video, and I took notes, and it worked.
All right, what? Do me a favor. So, again, this wasn't from Costco. I bought a watermelon at Walmart.
Oh, don't do
and
that, dude.
It was like $4.67, and it was a seedless. Now, typically, seeded watermelons are better than seedless.
Yes.
That's like a known fact. Folks, true. seeded watermelons are sweeter and typically better than the no-seed watermelons. But they were $4.67 or something. I picked up a nice watermelon. I'm thumping like 5 or 6 different ones. This one had the best sound to it. So I picked it up. I bring it home. It sits in the fridge. It becomes ice freaking cold. And Julian is nudging me. He's like, Dad, when are you going to cut the watermelon? When are you going to? Because Julian loves watermelon just like me. I love watermelon. So I open up the watermelon, and the watermelon is like a pale pink. It's not even red.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. The minute you cut it open, I was like, ew.
It's like, what kind of genetic freak show of a watermelon did I get? So I get this pale watermelon inside. It's not red. It's this warm, light shade of pink.
Not good at all. So, dude, number one thing you got to do is look for the big, like the spot where it rests on the ground.
Yeah.
Right? It's got to be big and yellow.
All right, so a big yellow ground spot where it sat on the dirt.
Because that means it's been sitting there longer and it's had more time.
All right.
And then it can't be like shiny. Some of them are shiny. You want one that's a little more dull in color.
Dull watermelon on the outside.
While dull people suck.
Right. Dull watermelons are good.
Right. And then the lines on them, they can't be too close.
Oh, so you want you have the alternating lines like of a light green and a dark green. You want like the
which one's the primary?
I'm gonna call those latitudes. So you want the latitudinal lines to be further apart versus closer together.
If you see one where the lines are too close,
kind of like people with eyes that are too close together, like Terry Moran of ABC News. You know, So you
spread those things out.
Spread them out like Hammerhead. Like
the thing about the thump is the thump. They all sound kind of thumpy. Thump, 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 thump.
Yeah.
None of them sound like a ding. You know, they all sound like a thump. It's the physical things you can see, not the auditory things you can hear that makes a difference on watermelon.
All right. So
big yellow spot, wide lines, dull color.
But it is just such a sucky experience and such a disappointment. I mean, it's when you open that watermelon and the color's not right, or then you taste it and it doesn't sound or it doesn't taste good. I mean, that is just the worst. It's like, it's like you're the biggest freaking loser when you get a bad watermelon.
How much would you pay for somebody to be a professional watermelon picker? Would you pay $20 for a watermelon that's guaranteed to be perfect?
No.
You're going to motor through 3 terrible $5 ones?
Yeah.
I'll give you $20. Give me a perfect one, like a watermelon realtor or something.
A watermelon consultant.
A watermelon headhunter.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'll find you the perfect melon. Give me $20.
I'm just telling you, nothing's worse than getting a bad freaking watermelon.
I just invented a new melon industry.
I think you did.
Yes.
You just invented something out of thin air. This is insane. Did you see the track runner out in California that was disqualified at like a state championship because of the whole showboating thing? Andrew, do me a favor. Find this video. You got to put this video up on As Heard on the MJ Morning Show. Oh, Andrew, is there any action in making our website better looking? Or how long are they going to keep the new website looks like total ass. Our new website redesign, mjmorningshow.com, it is awful. I'm embarrassed. That's how bad it is. Oh, Fester, when can you take pictures? Billy the Kid, the photographer who's done off and on projects for me for a couple of decades.
This is a terrible time for me to take pictures.
Fester, seriously.
Why?
He's available. Let's take a pic. Maybe you know what? I'm getting my hair cut like today or tomorrow.
Oh.
Let me line up.
Fester has a calendar too.
I'm going to grow my gray goatee out all year. No. I don't want that to be my picture for the next 5.
Fester, listen to me. We have to take the pic. We need to get into our pictures, folks. If you want to be horrified, if you want to vomit on your computer,
it's really awful.
Go to mjmorningshow.com and look at the awful photos of us. And they tried to cut and paste and trim them. And I don't know, there's like this green, awful glow around my head. I mean, it's awful. It is.
There's a green, awful glow around your head all the time.
No, there's not.
Let's see, what happened was they took this picture with MJ in front of a green screen.
It is awful.
And his hair is so curly that the green goes through the hair.
So Billy the Kid, a professional photographer, is ready to take our photos. Fester, we got to do it like late this week.
Oh, no, I need like at least a week to go on a water detox.
All right, then we'll do it next week. Then pick a day next week. We've got to shoot new photos because these pictures of us on MJMorningshow.com are absolute dog barf.
Hey, could we do like those risque prom photos where like, I'm
like
holding
a
you.
boudoir.
No, you ever see those prom photos where like one's bending over?
I want to do the George Costanza shot on the
Yeah.
on like the Victorian sofa.
I mean, we really got to mock this whole thing up.
Let me get back to this other thing. A 16-year-old was in some kind of California state championship, wins this race, a 400-meter. This is crazy. Clara Adams, the CIF state championship, her dreams just blew freaking up. Won the 400-meter, runs to her dad in the stands. The dad hands her a fire extinguisher, and then she proceeds to take the fire extinguisher and blows the fire extinguisher on her shoes, on her running sneakers, symbolizing, my God, my feet are on fire.
Too hot.
I'm too hot. Yummy, woo! So this is like a celebratory, a big giant, like a showboating with props. So she grabs the fire extinguisher from dad. Then after winning, she's putting out the so-called fire on her shoes because she ran so fast. They disqualified her. Gone. Stripped. Oh, my God. What do you think of that?
I don't know. I've seen a lot of headlines coming out of California track and field events lately.
Yeah.
I got to say, I think I disagree with this one.
Yeah.
I've disagreed with everything I've seen out of California track and field lately.
Adams, even like guys that are running as women?
Yeah.
A sprinter, so Clara Adams, a sprinter from North Salinas High School in Salinas, California. At the celebration after winning, took a fire extinguisher, and I guess that was done by somebody else.
Yeah.
There's a famous sprinter by the name of
Maurice Green.
Maurice Green.
Mm-hmm.
I guess did this, that I'm so fast, my feet are on fire, I got to put them out with a fire extinguisher.
All right, here it is.
Right.
I'm pulling up a video of it, and this is off of like a YouTube hack video.
Yeah, this is like at a high school
here she is.
track.
She's walking, nobody's around her.
She just won the 400-meter, and, I mean, just quickly does a quick spray on her feet. It's like 1 second, and they disqualify her.
But rules are rules. If they said no, celebratory action after, they have that rule in a lot of sporting events. No,
Is it like a taunting
in your
thing?
face, I won, haha. They don't, for whatever reason.
She was disqualified. She was stripped of her state title. I don't think I agree. She literally sprayed her feet with the little small fire extinguisher for 1 second. Literally 1 second.
Her dad apparently is a coach, and he should have known better. Some people are saying on the comments.
And the thing is, this can impact her, like moving forward for college. Like if she's not the named winner of this, then she doesn't get the recognition to then put it on her college application. If she's being recruited for sports.
Yes, we were going to have her at the Oral Roberts track and field team. She was going to be the winner.
Maybe.
The decision to disqualify her came moments before she was slated to run in the 200-meter event. Due to the ruling, she was not allowed to run that race, and she was the favorite to win that race as well. I think they overreacted. We've seen shows.
There's the rule. The rule is when you bring props onto the track and field, then you're making a decision to do something.
Don't they have that rule, or they used to have it in football, like you can't do too much?
I think
I was just about to bring that up. And push the button. This is the NFL on the MJ Morning Show. Brought to you by Taco Bell. And by United Airlines.
I don't understand.
And by H&R Block.
But I don't understand.
And by What?
Are we done with our sponsors?
Well, I'm doing that guy that
Yeah.
just drags out the guy that sounds like this.
I thought there
Brought
was.
to you by.
I thought there was the rule, Fester, my fellow football fan in the room
Yes.
here. But then I see them when they score a touchdown, get down on the ground. And what do our guys do? They do the boating thing or something, or they dance around.
The end zone celebration, the NFL, a bunch of players dubbed it the No Fun League. They've lightened up on end zone celebrations a lot.
But there used to be, they were strict.
For a while.
But what celebratory end zone behavior got you penalized versus not?
The worm, the iced tea plunge, the moonwalk, the icky shuffle.
Those got you in trouble?
Know. But if you had any kind of overt celebration, remember like Terrell Owens, or Randy Moss, or one of those guys had like a cell phone in the end zone and he calls
But then didn't the NFL say you can't make gun fingers?
You can't do that at all.
That became signs of aggression. You can't do guns.
Yeah.
You can't do.
Somebody got in trouble for that at the end of this last season.
What about
'cause
this?
He did
Can you do this?
Okay.
Listen.
What is that?
If that gun's loaded, don't do that in my direction.
Hold on, Andrew. Why did you just give me like the finger across the throat?
Because that's what you can't do.
Oh, Andrew said you can't do the slashing of the throat.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. He's not trying to tell you to cut something off.
So you can't do finger guns and you can't do like the throat slashing.
You essentially can't.
God, OJ would be so out of luck in the NFL these days.
You know what? You would be.
All right.
But yeah, you can't finger any of the other players in any capacity. You can't do a throat finger.
Yeah, don't finger the players. That's good.
So this girl, but nobody on the football field is bringing a prop to then further, celebrate their win or their goal.
It seems, I don't know, it's a tough call, but if there's a rule, there's a rule.
Now let me grab Anita. Anita's on line one. I need a good phone call here. Hello, hello, Anita. Welcome to the MJ Morning Show.
Hi, thank you.
Yep.
I just called because I'm coming off of my son's high school graduation, and we had to sit there through this speech about how we're not allowed to clap, we're not allowed to cheer, we have to all just sit in silence while 150 names are called. And it seems a little strange that you can't even clap for your child as like they're walking across the stage, and it's not like they were calling the names so close together that you were interfering with another student. It's just, I feel like it's kind of gotten ridiculous that we're not allowed to even cheer or be happy during an occasion.
Yeah, that sucks. I totally agree with you that part of the excitement of graduation is when your fan club, your family, your friends, your aunt and uncle who are there, when your name is called at your graduation to cheer. What's wrong with that? I have no problem. That adds to the celebration and the excitement of the event.
You know what? I mean, Anita, you're absolutely right. You have to sit there quietly. They should give every student like 5 seconds.
Yeah.
They call your name, and then because it's only you only have like 10 people there.
There's nothing wrong with a 3 to 5 second gap so your family can cheer.
Just let the family go crazy.
To me, I want that in a graduation ceremony.
Absolutely.
I want cheering.
It was so awkward when they were calling these names and it was just dead silence.
Anita, what high school was this?
CCC.
Clearwater Christian Catholic or Clearwater Catholic?
Clearwater Central Catholic.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it was just awkward. Like, we're sitting in silence for 8 seconds between the kids, and it's just weird. There's an auditorium full of people. I mean, we cheered because, come on, that's my kid. I'm not going to not cheer for my kid.
Hold on now, Anita. Did they tell you that Pope Leo would think it's a sin? And it would be marked in your permanent Catholic file.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I may pay for that later.
Oh, yeah. At the pearly gates, you're going to be called out for cheering at your kid's graduation.
All right. So, Anita, next confession, you got to walk in and be like, yes, my child, confess your sins. You'd be like, well, Padre, I cheered at the CCC graduation. They'd be like, do 24 Hail Marys and 15 Our Fathers and ask the Lord for forgiveness in your heart.
And I was also on Pornhub.
That is okay.
All right. Anita, thanks for calling in.
Take care, guys.
All right. Bye.
All right. Hold on. Big Scary Ron. Hold on. Hey, Big Scary Ron.
Come on in, Ron.
Come on. Hey, Ron. Hey, so I missed a joke yesterday.
Oh.
I was so pissed off. I thought of this after the show. I'm like, oh, my God. I cannot believe that I missed the most obvious joke on the show yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what it is?
Yes.
What does it have to do with?
All right, dude. So what did we have, Ron? What did we have? What animal did we have in our studio yesterday?
We had the sloth.
The Florida Aquarium brought the sloth to all of our radio stations.
Yes, we did.
I missed out on
my God.
I missed out.
The best joke.
I'm driving home. I'm like, son of a bitch.
Sloth.
We have a sloth in the studio. You know what? I missed the joke. The joke
I know where he's
was
going.
the joke.
Hold on. Where's he going? Where's he going, Ron?
No. Let me tell you.
Yeah, get closer to the mic.
Pick up the mic.
No. I have to do a symbol. I know this
Right.
is this.
All right.
Next time I hear any complaints,
Yeah.
Are you giving us the neck throat?
The NFL throat slasher.
Yes.
So what joke did I miss? We had a sloth in the studio. I needed to point out that the sloth from the Florida Aquarium is responsible for the build out of our brand new studio down the hall. Because Ron,
it would actually get built more quickly if we hired the
I want to
sloth.
hire that sloth to build our studio.
okay,
Because he's so cute.
Sure that studio is perfect.
All right, Ron, it hasn't been touched in 2 months.
Perfect.
All right, Ron, come on. I got to get into that studio because even when it's done, we still have to test it for days to make sure everything works.
Maybe months of testings.
The sloth. I missed the sloth joke.
And we could have just fed him like pieces of squash and grapes in lieu of pay, Ron.
And it would have been done by later that afternoon.
You know how he has the green thing coming out of his hair?
Yeah.
That could be a permanent.
You got to look on our website, too.
All right, Ron.
I have a couple of complaints. All in all.
Oh, this is great. I just love it.
Pull up a chair.
Today's Wednesday complaint day. Okay.
Hey, listen, but you got to be happy. The MJ Morning Show's on a good ratings roll.
Yes, I am.
All right. So the MJ Morning Show's, looking pretty good.
100%.
Another number one weekly, 25 to 54 on Monday.
Yes.
I'm
happy with your performance and happy with all the performances.
Well, then, can you get my damn new studio built, please? It's been 5 years.
Well, you know what?
Yeah.
I was hearing is that you're doing so well in this studio. Why break up the vibe?
Oh, there you go.
Why break up the vibe?
Oh, yeah, just keep...
There
Ron,
we go.
I heard that Ron is going to take an introduction to engineering class on nights at Irwin Tech on Hillsborough Avenue, and he's going to finish it himself.
There you go. All right, thank you. Big,
Ron.
See you, buddy.
General Manager and Vice President, Big Scary Ron. All right. Goodbye.
Big scary.
All right. 8:50 at the MJ Morning Show. How could this be possible? Mr. Beast has no money. Have you seen this?
No. You're making this up.
All right, I don't know if I'm buying
Bester
this.
said he's like a billionaire.
Okay, hold on. So
Mr. Beast apparently is borrowing money from his mother for his wedding. And Mr. Beast has an explanation. What were you going to say, Festin?
No, I don't know. I mean, what's the explanation? The fact is, his company, his brand is. I just saw that it was like it passed the $1 billion threshold. He's number one creator on YouTube. He's not literally borrowing money from his mom because he's destitute.
Mr. Beast, who has an estimated net worth of $1 billion, says that he is cash poor, that he doesn't have the cash. He asked his mother for money to pay for his upcoming wedding to another content creator by the name of Thea Boysen, Booysen. I'm just going to call her Booyah. Mr. Beast, his real name is Jimmy Donaldson, talked about his financial issues on X. There was a whole story about he's the only billionaire under 30 that did not inherit his wealth, is what the story is on Mr. And he's trying to say that he needs to borrow money from his mom. He says, I personally have very little money because I reinvest everything. I think this year we'll spend around $250 million on content.
Yeah.
He has over 400 million subscribers, and he wrote this on a social media post on Sunday.
Okay.
He might need to have like a better money manager.
So
I think you need to have at least enough cash on hand to spend and buy the things that you want to.
But is this, you think this is fabricated? Do you think this is this like an invented? He says, ironically, quote, ironically, I'm actually borrowing money from my mom to pay for my upcoming wedding, LOL. But sure, on paper, the businesses I own are worth a lot. So is he cash poor? Does he have a cash flow problem? Does he not personally, has he not like taken disbursements from his company and packed his personal finances with a cash reserve and investments? He needs to call the Holland Group Retirement Wealth Advisors.
That's what I'm thinking.
He needs to call Steve and Elizabeth Holland. Hey, Mr. Beast, you got to go to askthehollands.com. That's askthehollands.com.
So,
Jesus.
You know how nothing you see on reality TV is really true. It's all staged. It's all fake. I mean, those conversations aren't natural, organic conversations.
You think he's faking this content?
He's a showman.
Yeah.
He's a showman. Listen, yes, I believe he takes a large percentage of the revenue and he reinvests it because he has an unstoppable business model right now. It's incredible. It's nobody's done what this man has done with a YouTube channel and the kind of. And if you've seen his,
I've got 25,000 followers on my Instagram, and I've made jack squat.
And that's appropriate for what you have.
Guess what? Radio these days, I'm making jack squat.
But old Beastie over here, Mr. Beast.
I think it costs me money to come here and do this show every day. Michelle's like nodding her head. Yes, I'm losing money doing this show.
So, Mr. Beast, though,
I can be focused on other things.
No.
By the way, contract is up at the end of the year. I think I'm going
to... We ain't even going to make it that long.
No. I'm not going to make it to the new studio. All right, so what are we going to say, Fester?
But Mr. Beast has a large enterprise here. Anything that he says about money, about him not having enough money for a wedding, thanks, Beast.
All right, when we get back, this brings to a close over an hour and 20 minutes of nonstop MJ. I hope you enjoyed all this content nonstop, no music, no commercials. When we get back... more content. We start the 9 o'clock hour next. Oh, Fester, I got an RV story. Did you hear about the lady with the amoeba and the RV? Holy crap. This is crazy. Fester, of course, his real job is RV sales. So, you know what I missed? I meant to do this. I meant to springboard off of this when we had the mother call in about the high school graduation. Did you see what happened at a high school graduation? Oh, this is insane. Hang on. That and a whole lot more next. Don't move. Back in minutes, MJ Morning Show here on Q105, 104.7 FM. Air conditioning problems. I'm going to tell you who to call. You got to call Plan B Air Conditioning. In fact, Plan B just put a brand new unit in my house. Now, I needed a new unit. If they could have fixed it, they would have. But I had a unit. I've got multiple zones of AC in my house, and this one's about 12, 13 years old, and it's just a mess. And the parts out of warranty. It just would have been too expensive. So I put in a new unit, and Plan B just did it, did a phenomenal job. They will beat any other air conditioning company by at least $500 if you need a new system. But in most cases, they'll fix you up for a fraction of the cost. If you mention me, MJ, to Plan B Air Conditioning, they'll give you 10% off. When you call and book your air conditioning service with Plan B, just tell them you listen to the MJ Morning Show and you want your MJ 10% discount. When your air conditioning blows hot instead of cold this summer, planbairconditioning.com, 813-PLAN-BAC, and tell them that MJ sent you. When it's roof repair time, who do you call? It's Westfall. Westfall Roofing, been around since 1989. Before that, they were in the construction business. So they go back years and years and years. You know, there's a reason why the Tampa Bay Business Journal named Westfall one of the best places to work in the Tampa Bay area because they've got happy people. You know what happens when you got happy people, happy workers, happy staff? You get a good job. So there's a reason why they have high ratings on Google reviews. You know, they're high fours. I think they're 4.8 for a roofing company. That's amazing. So if you've got a roof leak, you need a roof repair, you call Westfall. If you need a new roof, you call Westfall. Average roofs here in Florida last 15 to 20 years. So anything roofing related, you want Westfall. Go to westfallroofing.com. Get the phone number on the website. Call them up. Please tell them the MJ Morning Show sent you. Westfallroofing.com. The car wreck that Fester's wife experienced in downtown Tampa when a distracted, maniacal, insane, mental home escapee Uber driver, I don't know about that part. Was he?
I don't think he was a mental home escapee, but ICE is looking twice at him.
Fester's wife, Allison, was hit by an Uber in downtown Tampa. $7,000 in damage to her Tesla Model Y, and I think millions in damage to her spine and neck. All right? So who do they call? The Kemp Law Group. Accident or fall, you call Kemp Law. No, she doesn't have millions. But listen, she got twisted up. She got nailed. I mean, enough to do $7,000 in damage, a rear ender? Of course your neck's going to be jammed and your back's going to be cricked. Accident or fall, you call Kemp Law. Don't pay a dime until they recover for you. They're the pros. Accident or fall, you call Kemp Law, KempLaw.com. Tell them MJ and Fester said you. Oh, and Allison. All right, 8:58. Traffic's on. Let me grab Schreiner with the latest MJ Morning Show. Back next.
We still...
The MJ Morning Show. Fester, how is the RV business these days?
Good. I'm always looking for new leads. What do you got?
Well, no, I have a story. It's well, I don't think it's not directly the RV's fault, but lady's dead because of an RV situation, but it's not what you're thinking. So it's not like this should not dissuade you.
So she's not a potential lead for an RV sale?
Yeah, she's not going to be available to buy a new RV.
Crap.
But what I'm saying is this is not like directly RV related, but there is an RV component. A woman from Texas has died after shooting tainted RV water up her nose.
What? I don't. Why?
She got one of those brain-eating amoebas. But people get this in a lake.
Yeah,
you could be swimming in some lake in, I don't know, in Oldsmar or Odessa, and you can get a brain-eating That's always scared me. Haven't you heard those stories? You're swimming in some lake and you get some amoeba up your nose? Yeah, this is crazy. And
did she put crick water in her RV?
A woman who practiced nasal irrigation. Dude, use like distilled water or something.
Yeah.
Use purified water. Don't use like pond water or, water out of an RV tank.
I mean, even tap water would be safer than.
But I don't even think you should use tap water to do nasal irrigation. Is that what you're supposed to use like for the neti pots?
Isn't? Yeah. Hold on. Tap water is what you get in the shower, and it goes all over your face and in your eyes and up your nose.
Yeah.
So I don't think tap water would be the issue. I think.
No, it is. They don't want you to use tap water for this because you're really like sticking
Getting
it
up
up
in there?
there.
Yeah. So I know I've read in the past there have been with regular city tap water. I can't remember where it was, but I know that I've heard of somebody getting one of these rare brain-eating amoebas up their nose and into their brain. They've gotten it from tap water. So that's not, you're not immune from that with tap water. But this woman, apparently nasal irrigation, it led to her death with a brain-eating amoeba. This is a recent case report. Health officials described how she contracted a fatal infection of Naegleria fowleri through tainted tap water, which was sourced from the clean water potable tank in her RV. Yeah, federal and local officials in Texas detailed the unusual death last week in the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Weekly Report. Oh, that sounds like a treat to read. Hey, has anyone seen the latest copy of the CDC's Morbidity and Mortality Report?
Look, I'm on the cover. I made it.
With a brain-eating amoeba. Hey, yeah. That sounds like some really fun reading right there. 71-year-old woman developed a neurological symptom days after using a nasal irrigation device, died a week later. The infection's very rare, can be prevented through practical safety measures like using only sterilized water for nasal irrigation. So she's jamming up, RV water tank water up her nose. Yeah, N. fowleri is a shape-shifting amoeba that lives in soil and warm, fresh water. It typically feeds on bacteria. Anyway, just heads up. When I saw this, I'm like, holy crap, Fester sells RVs.
Yeah, listen, seriously, the RV fresh water tank, you have to keep that disinfected.
Listen, but this...
Let's say the water was sitting in there for 8 months.
Right.
Through all kinds of weather. And then
stop.
she added more water to it maybe, but didn't drain it or disinfect it.
I mean, I'm sure that it's recommended that you use the freshwater tank to take a shower, wash your hands.
Flush the commode, wash a dish.
Use bottled water or
for drinking.
For drinking. Yeah. that just seems like common sense.
I've gone on hundreds of camping trips in the last 10 years, and I have never drinking out of an RV.
All right, if you
bring water with you.
All right, if you need an RV, call Fester. Fester is a sales guy. Actually, that's his real job because Fester, if he relied on this show only to feed the family,
we'd be destitute.
They'd be in a Sally Struthers commercial. All right?
It'd be a lot
There'll be flies buzzing around your kids' faces. All right? Sorry.
We might get a letter on that one.
All right. Seriously, if you need an RV, you call Fester.
Well,
run down all the big. You work for General RV. You work
too many brands to mention.
You work for one of the biggest RV dealers in the nation.
And you don't drink the water out of any of them.
All right, if you want a good deal on an RV, whether it's like $1 million Prevost or a fifth wheel or one of those little toys, the little tiny toy that you pull behind your Jeep.
We have one that looks like just a bed on wheels.
I've seen one that's the size, seriously, of like a softball.
Yeah, they have.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah.
They weigh about as much as two.
It's like a little pod. Listen, whatever RV you want, new, used, call Fester. All right.
Send me a text.
Yeah. Call or send Fester a text. So if you want an RV, if you want to be taken care of, you want a good deal, call Fester. He works for General RV. His personal cell is 813-310-8444. 813-310-8444. Look at that. I turned that into a plug for you.
Well, listen, I don't care who you are and what you buy or what you have. I would tell everybody, don't drink the water out of the damn thing. Don't take the water and rub your brain with it.
I'll tell you what right now. If you buy an RV worth $200,000 or more, I'll take you out to dinner.
Ooh.
Oh, you want me to rescind that offer?
Easy now. I mean, it depends how many dinners you want.
If you listen, you'll split it with me. Listen, if you sell a whole bunch of $200,000 plus RVs, you wouldn't do a deal with me. Hey, we'll take you out to dinner if you're a customer.
Let's cross that bridge when we get there. But it sounds great.
All right. Yeah. I don't know what it is with breaking into people's homes and licking their feet at night.
Oh,
dude, wasn't there a story of like a hotel manager?
Hotel manager in Nashville. Yep.
Yeah.
Look that up. That was a crazy story. Hotel manager breaks into a guest's room in the middle of the night. The guest wakes up, and the customer has their toes being licked by the manager at the foot of the bed, like at 3 o'clock in the morning. What a story. All right, well, this is a new one. Man accused of breaking into a home and licking a woman's feet. Yeah, this is, I guess, near Modesto. Modesto, California. Guy accused of breaking into a Ceres. Ceres? By the way, that's the hottest new pizza shop up in Manhattan. Ceres? Ceres? C-E-R-E-S. You know, it's amazing. And especially with summer, every freaking day, like 8 people are asking me, hey, MJ, we're going to New York this summer. You got any pizza recommendations? Yeah, I do. And I get so many, I have a cut and paste. I have a whole list. And Sbarro is not on the list, folks.
Huh.
All right? So I have a whole cut and paste list for Manhattan, for Brooklyn, Queens, Staten Island, and Bronx. So if you're going to New York, and mostly it's people that need pizza in Manhattan because that's where most people hang out when they go to vacation. But I've got a list, so people ask me. So, but one of the hottest new places just opened up. 2 chefs that used to work at 11 Madison, which is a 3-star Michelin joint. They opened up a pizza shop. And Julian has been, and Julian said it was phenomenal. So Julian went before he came back from NYU for the summer. And I guess the Pizza Putz, Dave Portnoy, he recently reviewed it. And now it's like impossible to get in. And people always ask me, what do you think of Portnoy? I don't think he knows what the hell he's talking about, to be quite honest. So, and I'm also a little jealous I didn't think of the whole pizza video concept. Yeah, I just sat with my thumb up my butt because that could have been my whole pizza deal. Because I've been talking about pizza, before the guy was born. I think he's 9. No, I'm kidding. But no, in New York now, Ceres, C-E-R-E-S, that's like the hottest new slice. Industry kicks butt. You got Scars is fantastic. You got, Mama's too. You've got... in Brooklyn, you've got Luigi's. I mean, there's a whole bunch of places that, do a killer slice. So back over. This guy out in California, Modesto, breaks into a house in Ceres and then bites and licks this woman's toes while she was asleep. This is Stanislaus County Sheriff's Office said it happened after midnight. Christian Alejandro Solorio Anguano. What's it with these damn 4 names, man?
That's a lot of names.
Yeah, how about pervert? How do you say, como se dice pervert in Espanol?
El perverto.
Yeah.
I think. It sounds right. They'll know what I mean if I say
El perverto.
If he had one more name, he'd have a name for each toe.
Yeah, exactly. So
My friends call me Pinky Toe.
All right, so this dude, this dude was stalking this woman at her job.
Oh, so he knew her.
And then I guess that's where the stalking began, and then somehow followed her home, and then waited, and then after midnight broke into the home and started licking her toes and biting her toes. Why do people want to put people's toes in their mouth? I know different boats, different floats. I get it.
Listen,
but the whole licking toe, I don't get that.
Please. Situation's right. All the godforsaken things I've put in my mouth.
We stop.
Little toe ain't going to stop me.
Yeah, lunch.
Ugh.
Yeah, anyway, though other employees at the business confronted Aguiano on multiple occasions, investigators said his behavior escalated to the point that he would follow the woman home after her shifts, slept in his car outside her house, and that's when he made the move and finally broke in to lick her toes. Witnesses reported that Aguiano tried checking doors to the home in the week leading up to the incident in an attempt to gain entry. He was positively identified as the suspect through witness statements and surveillance footage. On the night of the incident, after Aguiano allegedly put the woman's toes in his mouth, he's accused of trying to get into bed with her.
Pervertido.
Yeah, is that what it is?
Yes, I had a couple people send me texts.
Thank you.
Pervertido.
Thank you. Our bilingual listeners helping us out again here on
Gracias
the MJ Morning Show.
all of you.
De nada. The victim was able to push Aguiano off and retrieve her phone. She called 911. He fled the scene but was located near the woman's home the next day, taken into custody. He was booked into jail. He's being held on a $325,000 bail. I just don't understand. And did you find the Nashville hotel guest?
Yeah, here's the story from Nashville.
Yeah, the hotel guest was Peter Brennan. Yeah. He woke up and the night manager at the Hilton downtown Nashville was sucking on his toes.
Happened at 5 a.m.
Oh, God. He was fast asleep. You imagine you wake up and you got a guy, the hotel manager's got his mouth on your toes at the foot of your bed?
No.
What do you do with that?
Kick him in the nose.
Do you wake up and kick his ass? Or
Yeah.
Hilton downtown. What do you think Conrad Hilton would say over this? What about Paris Hilton?
She's all for it.
Let's get Paris Hilton on the phone. Hey, what do you think of your family's namesake? When did this happen? This is like, what, 2 years ago?
2023.
Yeah.
The manager's name was David Neal, the night manager at the Hilton downtown Nashville.
David what?
David Neal?
David Neal.
He was kneeling as he was sucking the guy's toes.
Yeah, I think maybe Bob Neal's brother.
Probably.
Little radio joke.
Mm-hmm.
9:15 at the MJ Morning Show. Gotta love a good fight at Disney. Hey, Andrew, have you seen the latest batch of Disney's? Anything Disney. You know what, Andrew, do you have When You Wish Upon a Star? I feel like I'm compelled to play this every time I do a Disney story. But, Andrew, turn your microphone on. Are you aware of the latest batch of Disney stories?
Are you talking about the fight in China?
Was it a Chinese Disney? Was it Disney?
Yeah, Disney in China where they had the fight? Yeah.
Was the Disney in Wuhan?
Yeah.
Is there a Disney in Wuhan?
There's no Disney in Wuhan.
Oh, there should be. Everyone comes down with some disease. Disney Wuhan. I think that's a great business model. Get infected at Disney Wuhan. Every day's a lab leak at Disney Wuhan.
When you wish upon a bat head.
A virus or
a virus. Yes, there's something there.
It's wet market Disney.
Instead of Tinkerbell, putting her little wand on you, it's like, boop, the virus.
That's gross.
So Disneyland, I just wanted to test Andrew. Because listen, typically our Disney stories are mostly, Disney here in Florida, in Lake Buena Vista. But I'll have a story once in a while, Disneyland out in California or Disney in Tokyo or, you got the Euro Disney. But Andrew knows them all. I don't know what it is. I think Andrew has an alert. Anything Disney pops up on his phone. Yeah, even Chinese Disney fans, they're brawling each other because of an alleged line-cutting incident. That's a way to get stabbed. At a theme park, long lines, you don't have Fast Pass, you cut the line, that's a cutting.
Yeah.
That's a stabbing. So be careful. And then, do you know the other Disney story? Actually, there are two other Disney stories. I guess they're replacing, I guess this has been known for a while, Tom Sawyer's Island. They're doing a whole, is it a Cars thing, or what are they doing?
They're building a Cars-themed area.
So, but they're getting rid of Tom Sawyer's Huckleberry Adventure Island, right?
Yes.
So what are they going to put on that? Well,
like a racetrack? Is that the island?
It's the island. You got to take the little Huckleberry raft, the Huckleberry Finn raft, out to Tom Sawyer Island.
The artwork is now being shown. You can see what's going to be there.
I've never been to Tom Sawyer Island. Is that where they have like the big New Orleans style riverboat that rolls around it?
Yeah, the what is it called? The boats of the Rivers of America. I'm trying to remember what they call that particular area where they have the paddle boat.
It's like a pioneer kind of theme, isn't it, Andrew?
Yes.
I never knew.
It's right by where you have the
like the Hall of Presidents.
Yes.
Nearby.
And do you know who Joanna Miller is, Andrew? You being the Disney freak you are, do you know who Joanna Miller is?
I do not know the name.
Well, you are a slacker.
Look at that.
Joanna Miller is the granddaughter of the late Walt Disney, the founder, the namesake, the inventor of Mickey Mouse. So Joanna Miller is the granddaughter of the late Walt Disney, and she is incensed.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, they're creating some kind of a Walt Disney animatronic robot for some feature, and she's like blasting it. I guess in order to honor Disneyland Resort's 70th anniversary in July, and of course it was Disney in Anaheim in California first in the mid-50s before Disneyland or Disney World opened up in the early 70s. Was 71? 71, Andrew says, for Disney World here in Florida. And I guess for the celebration, they're building a robotic animatronic Walt Disney, and Disney's granddaughter wrote this scathing post on Facebook blasting the new edition, saying it's dehumanizing and that robotic grandpa went against the wishes of the family patriarch.
What are you, crazy? He probably would have loved
By the way, she was 10 years old when Grandpa Disney died. So she's incensed. Well, I would have to ask. But Disney would not have wanted this, but you've got the Hall of Presidents. All those guys want to be animated?
Yeah. Disney only made them robots because he had a beef with Eisenhower.
I don't know if Taft wants to be animated in the Hall of Presidents.
I don't want people to see my fat side. I had a new bathtub put in the White House, you know.
I'm going to turn around and pull down my pants and show you my big, rippled, fat, white ass.
Hey, did you ever see the
That's
guy?
what I want to see in the Hall of Presidents, is Taft drop his pants.
Have you ever seen the guy? Have you ever seen the guy on Instagram who eats like famous politicians?
No.
All right, so he spends the day. He's out in California, and he spends the day eating like famous politicians, right?
What, does he make cookies out of politicians?
No, politicians in their memoirs have their favorite recipes of what they've been known to eat, right?
Okay, all right.
And he's eating like, all the presidents and all the first ladies and big members of Congress, and last week I saw him eat like William Howard Taft for a day. And it was amazing.
Well, how did he know what William Howard Taft? Are there memoirs?
Well, there has always been White House chefs. They've always kept records. I mean, you talk about a place that keeps pretty tight records. It's the White House. You can find out what kind of meals Lincoln liked, or especially presidents of the last century. It's all pretty well documented. And Taft's meal, he ate like 24 eggs. Like three steaks, ice cream for breakfast. I mean, it was crazy. I'll find it. I'll send it to you.
And that was well before Crestor was available.
But then he had Harry Truman's diet started with a shot of whiskey first thing in the morning.
Okay, that's me.
Now we're talking.
And then an old fashioned at 3 o'clock.
Okay,
it was crazy.
You're lighting Michelle's candle
I'll
right
send
now.
you this guy's link. He's pretty funny, and he eats like different political figures over the course of a day, and he gives you what he thought about it.
Interesting.
Yeah, Michelle loves a good old fashioned. You got to remind me. I got to get to Lucan's. I got to get to Lucan's.
Why do I have to remind you of everything?
Well, I've got to get a couple of bottles of Rittenhouse.
Make a list.
Folks, I go to Lucan's and I buy Rittenhouse rye. I think that old fashions are best made with rye, and Rittenhouse, it's not an expensive bottle. It's like a $30 bottle of rye, and Lucan's has it. And I'm telling you, you 2-ounce pour of Rittenhouse rye, a couple of dashes of Angostura bitters and some Regan's bitters.
I do 3-ounce.
I do too, is for you. And, just some simple syrup in there. Man, I make a great old-fashioned. Anyway, what time is it? 9:22 at the MJ Morning Show. All right, let me take a quick break so we don't get too late here. The final chunk of the MJ Morning Show is next. I've got celebrity stuff we've got to get to. I've got a kidnap warning I got to get to. Best hotels in the world. How many of the 10 best hotels in the world have Michelle and I been to? You will find out next. Also, we've got a Bradenton road rage turn signal story crash we got to talk about. Oh, we have an update on the alligator that the motorcyclist ran over on I-4. We got a lot of stuff. And I haven't even scratched the surface. So a lot of crap next on the MJ Morning Show here on Q105. 104.7 FM. Zero Res has the June sale. This is once a year, folks. 15% off everything. You want your carpets cleaned professionally with the non-residue leaving process from Zero Res, 15% off. You want your area rugs cleaned, 15% off. You want your grout and tile cleaned, 15% off. You want the grime and the dust and all the crud taken out of your air handlers and your ducting and everything, 15% off. All right, right now, the 15% off sale is going on with Zero Res carpet and air duct cleaning. You know you want Zero Res. The process is the right one. No chemical residue left at your house. They use ZR water. It does not leave the residue, which attracts dirt faster. That's what the other companies do. Everything 15% off. You got to mention me, MJ. Go to ZeroResTampaBay.com, ZeroResTampaBay.com. Mention me, MJ. You can call them up, or you can book online and get 15% off all services right now. ZeroResTampaBay.com. Traffic's on, man. Problems on the Howard Franklin earlier today. Shriner's got the latest.
We still have some delays on 275 northbound across the Howard Franklin Bridge, but since the incident has been cleared, the pace picks up as you make your way across the bridge. In Hillsboro, we have an accident on I-4 westbound at I-75 with the right lane and shoulder blocked. It's backed up almost to Branch Forbes. And I-4 West and 275 South slow through the junction. Keeping you updated, I'm Shriner. Traffic brought to you by the aggressive attorneys Winters and Yawker.
The guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate is the easiest way to sell your home. You can save time, make the most money, and eliminate all the hassle this summer. Hey, it's Gino, and selling your home can be overwhelming. Spend your time having fun this summer without the stress of putting your home on the market. My friends at Mark Spain Real Estate can sell your home with the strongest all-cash offer in the industry. And they'll help you move on your timeline. With their guaranteed offer, there are no showings, no open houses, and no costly repairs. One listener, Ryan, said, quote, Mark Spain Real Estate exceeded our expectations by helping us achieve significantly over our asking price. We received much more than we ever anticipated, and we cannot thank Mark Spain Real Estate enough, unquote. Now, with over 67,000 satisfied clients, you can trust the most experienced real estate team in the U.S. to sell your home fast and for maximum profit. Choose when you want to move with a guaranteed offer from Mark Spain Real Estate and close in as little as 20 minutes.
is 9:29 at the MJ Morning Show. Final chunk of the MJ Morning Show is on. All right, so I mentioned this in the last segment. We just didn't get to it. I teased this. The high school graduation face kick. I mean, what a story. Can you imagine? You're walking across the stage. Your name is called for your high school graduation. You're walking across to get your diploma, get the congratulatory handshake. The person in front of you decides to do an on-stage mid-air somersault, and they end up kicking your teeth in because on the flip over, they spin and kick you in the face. My God, it's like Diddy was ahead of you.
I mean, he at least would have covered you in baby oil. The kick would have just slipped right off.
This video is nuts. Have you seen this video?
Mm-mm.
All right, Michelle, you got to see it. Did you find this?
I'm looking for it.
Yeah, I told Fester to find this an hour ago.
Yeah.
It's a backflip.
It's a backflip.
Right?
Yeah. It's like a celebratory backflip. Some people can jump up in the air and backflip. And this person tried to do it on stage at the here.
Here it is.
Michelle, look at
They're all wearing their purple
Oh my God.
Yes.
And just clocks the person behind them.
Yeah, they're at the Rick Case Arena. Rick Case, he's a
car guy, right?
Yeah, he's big in South Florida. Like Rick Case owns I think every single effing car dealership in South Florida.
Is this Nova Southeastern University?
It must be. Must be at the Nova Arena, at the Rick Case Arena.
Okay, so does that person get their diploma
I don't know what happens, but man,
rescinded or
this is insane. So footage has gone completely viral. Happened at Sunday's graduation ceremony.
The person who got kicked, she's looking out to the crowd, waving
Yeah.
to her family, so excited, and she's not expecting a flying foot.
Then oh my gosh, she's knocked down.
Yeah.
I think she's got busted teeth, busted nose. Yeah, so this happened at the graduation ceremony Sunday for South Plantation High School. And the student was all excited, decided to do a backflip in celebration. The student behind was walking closely and ended up getting kicked in the face. The graduate who was kicked fell to the floor. Yeah, she did.
You don't turn around and tell the person behind you, hey, I'm going to do a backflip.
Yeah,
right.
Stay back. Beep, 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 beep. Stay back 500 feet. Yeah, anyway, the graduate did get up, and it seems that they were relatively uninjured. I don't know. I want to see those choppers.
I tell you what,
because that looks like you got a smashed in pug face after that.
But if you go to YouTube, there are dozens of videos who think it's funny to do a backflip after graduating.
Yeah.
Getting their diploma and backflipping off the stage or backflipping down the ramp.
That's crazy. Hey, Fester, we had a discussion earlier this week. I think it was Monday show. The 67-year-old motorcycle guy that was riding his motorcycle. Remember, 67-year-old guys driving a Gixxer.
It just seems like an old age to
Yeah.
be driving that kind of vehicle.
I don't know how many 67-year-old dudes. If you've got a 67-year-old motorcycle guy, he's on a Harley or an Indian. He's not riding typically a Suzuki GS Gixxer is what they're called.
I mean, he's not looking to become part of the pavement like the Gixxer drivers are.
But again, the follow-up is he's now done an interview with Orlando television stations because he was riding his motorcycle, and he's 67, and apparently his riding partner was like a 25-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the age difference is like, huh?
Have we ascertained, was the 25-year-old with the 67-year-old, or was it just like a motorcycle club out for a ride? Or are we looking at a Bill Belichick situation here? Yeah, very similar.
Who knows?
Right? With Belichick's fling. So this dude did an interview, and I've got some questions here. He did an interview with a couple of the local Orlando TV stations, and here's a bite. Here's a little sound bite. And this dude, where's the audio on this? Hang on, where is he? Yeah, I'm on page 20. Where is it? I can't find the damn thing. All right. So, here it is. All right, here it is. So here's the 67-year-old Cameron Gilmore, and he's talking about he hit an alligator and went flying. Didn't the 25? Didn't they both go flying? And one
they both fell
drove
off
the road into a tree or something.
They hit it pretty hard.
Yeah, I think he drove off of I-4 into a tree after hitting the alligator in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
I'm blessed. I was protected. I just remember one of my friends swerving. Maybe I'm looking at him swerving, and then the gator's like 10 foot in front of me. I thought it was a semi retread, which are in the highway all the time. Real dangerous.
Yep, they
One
are.
friend said he went past the gator and missed it. He looked in the mirror real quick and saw me hit it and go up in the air, and then it flipped me over the front of the handlebars, and then I hit head first and rolled.
When did you realize it was a gator?
When I'm laying on my back, and they wouldn't let me up to look, and they wouldn't let me look at the young lady that had wrecked two behind me. They said, you hit an alligator. I'm like, what? My sons don't want me to ride anymore, but I will.
Again, I was wanting to know, how do you not see a gator in the road? It sounds like they were riding too closely together.
They were in a pack.
Because the bike in front of him swerved to miss it, and then he didn't have reaction time. It sounds like
there's video of it. You can see where the gator is in between the bikes.
Yeah, I didn't see the video of that, but what are they driving too close together? What do they
it doesn't look like it. It just looks like, like he said, you don't think of it being a gator. You just thought it was like what he said, a retread.
I thought they were I thought they were driving like the Blue Angels, like wing to wing or something.
No, they're pretty well spaced out. It looks like
gold wing to gold wing.
But even when you're traveling at speed,
that's a Honda Gold Wing reference.
20, 30 yards is like a half a second.
Right.
Anyway, I would space out. You need to have a reaction time. What your mom or dad always tell you when you were learning to drive, or the driver's ed instructor? You're supposed to. It's supposed to be like the 1/1000 to 1000. When you're driving at highway speed, you should be able to. Once a car in front of you passes an object, you ought to be 1/1000 to 1000 at least before you pass the same object. Doesn't sound like they were doing that.
Yeah, here's the dash cam of somebody. There's a gator in the middle of the road.
Oh, you got it?
Yeah.
Here's the gator. You see him? He's like facing traffic.
Yeah, I see it.
They just drove right past him.
Right.
Where's the gator?
Yeah, and
there's the gator. Right there.
So other bikes went by it, and he hit it.
It wasn't laying long way. This guy drove up the gator's snout.
Why is a 67-year-old dude on a Suzuki Gixxer crotch rocket?
It's his preference.
Yeah, it seems like he's part of this motorcycle club.
Yeah.
This old man sounding like Dr. Phil.
Right. What about this road rage deal in Bradenton? 3 people facing charges. You had this incident, and it all started with a turn signal. Channel 8 had the story that 3 people facing charges, road rage incident about a turn signal, ended up in road rage, a crash, a shooting. All according to these insane, of course, Florida man facts from the Bradenton Police Department.
That's crazy.
Yeah, this happened Monday about 3:20. Rayshawn Poole, 33, waiting in a Jeep Compass to turn left out of a parking lot when Anthony Williams, 20, was driving a Buick, a sedan, east on Riverfront Boulevard, turned left into the parking lot. Williams parked his vehicle, then Poole backed up his car to confront this dude about not having his turn signal on to turn in. Williams and a teenage passenger then got out of the Buick. You've got closed-circuit TV footage shows Poole begin to drive away several times, but repeatedly stopped to then argue with Williams, the other guy. Poole then turned into Riverfront Boulevard, reversed, accelerated toward Williams, hitting a stop sign, a tree, and then hitting Williams in the leg.
Oh, my gosh.
Yep. According to this video, by the way, of this.
I saw it.
Yeah, there's surveillance video of this because they have the footage. According to the police, in response to the crash, the teenager retrieved a gun and then fired into Mr. Poole's Jeep Compass. He needed a compass to tell him where the gunfire was coming from.
Tell you what, man.
Southeast.
I don't stop for anybody. Piss me off on the road, I'm going to let it go.
Yeah. You know what? These days you should. I know that people get all amped up, and I'm getting better at that. I mean, I just let it go. That really, that is what you just, if something happens on the road, just let it go. Someone cuts you off, somebody,
And it's like bifold with me. One, I try to let stuff go. Two, if you're the guy approaching my car, you better not put your hand in that window.
Yeah, don't burglarize my car while I'm inside.
It's the wrong one.
Don't threaten me. You got the wrong car.
You got the wrong guy.
Let me introduce you to my friend Sig.
Oh man.
Yeah. The point that we want to drive home is that none of this should have happened, according to the Bradenton police. For this to escalate into making that decision to drive into another person, this was deliberate. He deliberately drove his car toward the other driver that had ticked him off, and then in return to have a 16-year-old pull out a gun and fire shots at the vehicle who attempted to hit his friend.
That sounds like self-defense.
Now we have a 16-year-old that's charged with a violent crime, according to the Bradenton police.
Put that kid in front of a jury of his peers. He'll get off.
Did you see how hard he hit that tree?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, it bounced.
Yeah.
You try to hit my buddy with your car, I'm going to fill you up with bullets. I mean, the 16-year-old sounds like a good friend. Wrong or right?
How many of the top 10 best hotels in the world have Michelle and I been to? The list is out.
Did the La Quinta in Kissimmee make it? No La Quinta in Kissimmee?
No, it's not there.
Oh.
Yeah. But you know what? When I read this list, I did reminisce about some funny stuff that we've done in the past. I'll get to that in a minute. Just hold on to that thought. So the 10 best hotels in the world, the Egan-Jones Ratings Company has for years operated from a 4-bedroom colonial. They're kind of outsized by many others here, and we'll explain in a second. But these ratings are pretty serious, and when you look at the point scale, all of the top 10, they have a 99.5 out of 100. That is unfreaking believable.
That's amazing.
99.5 points out of 100, which is incredible. So, hang on. What happened to my list? I lost it.
Who put out the list?
Hold on. I just lost. I just hold on. Bring up the list. Do you have it?
I don't have the list. Is it by Condé Nast or the Traveler?
No.
That's what I'm asking.
10 best hotels. I had the list on my computer screen. I printed this out, and I knew it was like halfway down. The list didn't print. 10 best hotels in the world include Cheval Blanc in Paris. Just type that in. Did you find it?
I mean, no.
Type in.
I got it.
According to La Liste off of Forbes, the 10 best
No,
hotels?
it's the New York Post article.
No, you find. Yeah,
it is off of La Liste.
Well,
New York snub?
No, I didn't print out the New York Post, but I guess the New York Post does have it. I mean, I thought I had the list here because all right, leave that right there. Let me scroll on this thing. Do they have the list? Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
All right. So again, 99 point. Fester, don't touch it.
Oh, yeah.
Just stop.
You touch
So number 10 has 99.5, and so does number 1. But obviously there were subtleties that. But every one of these, can you imagine? You're a half point off of perfect 100. All right, number 10 is the Rosewood Mayacoba Playa del Carmen in Mexico. Michelle and I have not been there. So how many of these places, how many of the top 10 best hotels in the world have Michelle and I been? Haven't been to number 10 in Mexico. All right, and guess what? I have no desire to go to Mexico anytime soon. With all the issues and
Playa del Carmen is just south of what?
Yeah. Number 9 on the list is the Peninsula in Chicago.
Up by Cancun.
Have Michelle and I, Fester, been to the Peninsula in Chicago?
No.
Let me help you out. We have not. Number 8 is the Peninsula in Shanghai, China.
That's 2 peninsulas.
Have we been there? The answer is no.
What about the Peninsula in South Beach? Have you been there? How many hotels are you going to name Peninsula? Peninsula.
Number 7 on the list is the Mandarin Oriental in Bangkok. Have Michelle and I been there?
No.
No. Number 6, the JK Place Capri in Italy, on the island of Capri.
I mean, you have been to Italy several times.
We have, and we have been to Capri, but have we stayed at this hotel? No. All right, let's get into the top 5.
Yeah.
Number 5 on the list, best hotels in the world, Il San Pietro di Positano in Italy. In Positano. Have Michelle and I been there? Well, we've been to Positano, but we didn't stay at this place. Nope. Number 4 on the list, the Savoy in London.
Ooh.
We've been to London numerous times. Have we been to the Savoy in London?
I'll say no.
Too expensive for us. We've walked by it, though. Yeah, but we haven't stayed there. All right, I'm sure that the top 3 will have stayed it. Number 3, the Connaught Hotel in London. Have we stayed there? No. Michelle and I have not stayed there. Number 2, Cheval Blanc in Paris. Have we stayed there? We've been to Paris multiple times. We have not stayed there either. And, of course, I'm sure that the best is last. Number 1, I'm sure Michelle and I have stayed at the Le Réserve in Paris. Have we stayed? Nope. But you know what? We did stay at a Holiday Inn Express last night.
Yeah.
We did stay there. Michelle and I have stayed at none of the top 10 hotels. You know, I don't like paying a lot for a hotel. Michelle, you know that about me.
Yeah, well, I don't either.
Yeah, the thing about the hotel is you go to a city to see the city, not to be cooped up in a room.
And I'm sorry. I just think that ridiculous prices for a hotel room, if you're going to be out and about and all you need is a place to sleep for 7-8 hours, I just don't think it's worth it. I'm not saying that we stay at the La Quinta, but I do not like to spend a fortune on hotels. I mean, I like some of the finer things in life.
No, you could stop right there. I do not like to spend a fortune. Actually, you could stop with I do not like to spend.
That's not true.
The period goes right there.
That is not true at all.
Mm.
I like some luxury things. There are certain things that I just don't think I achieve long-lasting value from. And, you know, while I can appreciate a really put-together hotel, for me personally, it's just not worth a ridiculous spend. Like, we have friends that will spend $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a night for a hotel. No. I mean, my limit for a hotel in like a fancy schmancy expensive spot. What, Michelle, let's see if we're on the same page.
I don't think there is a limit because you can't say that because the price is always going up and changing. So you can't say, I have a limit to what I'm going to spend.
I realize that. But
that's ridiculous.
If you were to pick a number, where do you think that I really go freaking bonkers? Above what number for a hotel room for the night?
Oh, if it's above $350, you're screaming.
Yeah, I don't like. Yeah, above $350. Listen, I like. Well,
and you can't even get anything in New York City for lower than $350 a night now.
That's another deal. If you're going to New York, folks, hotel prices are out of freaking control in New York City and a lot of places around the country.
Well, the problem with New York City is that during COVID, they converted several of the hotels into like immigrant, housing. And also, they were very effective at getting rid of the Airbnbs. So now you have less hotel rooms than you had before, and you don't even have the Airbnb option.
That competition. So they've got you. You're sitting ducks, and they have you captive. And, New York City hotels are just jamming it up.
Yeah.
I mean, even the nasty places with, like, cigarette burns in the sheets and the furniture and bed bugs.
Yeah, fast.
You should stay in Hoboken. Stay in Jersey. You'll save a ton.
All right, thank you. I've got travel consultant Fester over here. That's wonderful. All right, speaking of travel, U.S. citizen kidnappings in Mexico tied to dating apps. You see this new warning is out. Hey.
What?
Yep, United States Embassy and consulates in Mexico have confirmed several reports of Americans being kidnapped by individuals they met on a dating app. Federal officials have announced in a security alert issued on June 2nd. A couple of days ago, authorities at the U.S. consulate in Guadalajara issued a warning about the incidents, all occurring in recent months in the areas of Puerto Vallarta and Nuevo Nayarit. Victims and their families in the United States have at times been extorted for large sums of money to secure their release. Please be aware that this type of violence is not limited to one geographic area. Travelers should use caution when meeting strangers. While officials did not name any specific dating apps, They provided several tips for safer travel. Anyway, apparently this is going on in Mexico. Currently, the Mexican state of Jalisco, which includes the city of Puerto Vallarta, is classified as level 3, reconsider travel. So the U.S. State Department has Puerto Vallarta as a level 3, reconsider going there, according to the official State Department. They have a list of level 1, normal exercise, usual caution. Number 2, it's like elevated. Number 3, reconsider travel. And number 4 is you're an ass clown moron if you go here because you're going to die. That's level 4.
Yeah, certainly high chances of you dying.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I've had friends who, when they would go somewhere on business, change their location like on Tinder, and then they see all the people who are in that area. So if you're working a week in, Wichita Falls, you just change your location, and then you see the girls in that area. Maybe you get a date or two.
I'm telling you right now.
But if you're a girl, that's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Like,
Depends what you're looking for.
Last thing. What are you
I said it depends
saying?
what you're looking for. Listen, she's like, hey, I'm in Wichita.
What are you saying? There's like living on the edge women that want to be potentially kidnapped, that they live for danger?
Or maybe they just want to meet somebody for one night.
All right.
Or two.
Well, listen, moving along. Final item. Final thing on the MJ Morning Show is musical.
Ooh, I like music.
Yes. So the question is, are they going to be coming to our area? I sure as hell hope so. If they don't come here, I'm going to be so ticked. Legendary rock band that I love, Michelle loves, has hinted that they're going to reunite this summer and go on tour. Well, they better hurry because summer is, 15 days away or so, or 16 days away. Do you know the band that is hinting that they're getting ready to go on tour? Let me give you a little musical. Michelle, you're going to know these. So, Fester.
Lay it on.
Do you know the song?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know this song.
All right, well, sing it.
I need a couple more beats. And they talk like this. They talk like this the whole time. See, that's pretty close.
Do you know the name of the band? Do you know the lead singer of this band?
Yes.
All right, that's one song. All right, here is, this is. Song. And what about Wildlife? It's a 1986 hit of theirs. And of course, who could forget? Oh, yeah. This is Fester's favorite song. It's called Burning Down the House. Burning down the plumber van with the turkey fryer. Yes, it is, of course, the Talking Heads.
Oh, really? You should come see our show, MJ.
They posted a cryptic message on social media on Monday. Legendary band, David Byrne.
Is that why it's called Burning Down the House?
No, well, I don't think so.
Let's name the song after me.
Yeah, they were together for 16 years, and they had commercial success, critical success. They split in 1991, and now there are some posts on social media which seem to indicate a reunion tour.
We're coming back for a tour.
So the animation simply showed the sun and moon rising beyond the caption June 5th, 2025, which is tomorrow. Is a big announcement coming that the Talking Heads is going on a reunion tour. I would absolutely love that. And if they don't come to town, if they do tour, I will go to some city where they are playing.
Well, you know what?
You would?
Here's the
Yes,
thing.
yep.
Their first ever show was June 5th, 50 years ago.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's fascinating.
I stop talking like that.
Keep doing it, Fester.
Burning down the show.
We got to go.
Do it again.
Get MJ front row seats.
Do the burning down the show again.
Burning down the show.
Burning down the show?
The show. Burning down the house.
We got
It's
to go.
so appropriate for you, you arsonist.
Fester's an arsonist. He is.
Accused.
We got to go.
Not convicted.
We got to go.
Not even acquitted. Charges dismissed.
It is the MJ Morning Show. We'll see you back here tomorrow. You need to get a hold of me. I'm MJ at MJMorningshow.com.
Give me your Instagram, too.
What is my Instagram?
Certified MJ Radio.
At Certified MJ Radio. Folks, have a great one. We'll see you back here tomorrow. MJ Morning Show on Q105, 104.7 FM, and let's be careful out there.
The Q105 app is your connection to all the big contests, powered by Anajar and Levine.